हसीना थी, पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था।
वेल प्लेड, ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ।
भाई मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता।
क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है? बताओ क्या, अच्छे से पूछो ना।
मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी।
करो ना ऐसा।
हेलो दोस्तों, तो अभी हम खेलने वाले हैं बॉक्सेस ऑफ लाइज और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि हमें एक दूसरे को करना है ब्लफ। इसके अंदर एक चीज होने वाली है जो सामने वाले को बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है वो क्या है। अब मैं जैसी वो चीज निकालूंगा, सामने वाले को या तो मैं पूरा सच बोलूंगा या मैं पूरा झूठ बोलूंगा क्योंकि मुझे सामने वाले को करना है ब्लफ। अब इस गेम में कौन जीतता है और कौन ब्लफ करता है, आओ देखते हैं। चलो फिर शुरू कर ही देते हैं।
करो मुकाबला शुरू। आ जाओ।
भाई
बोलो भाई।
जीत पाओगे?
बिल्कुल।
मैंने देख लिया मेरे में
डर
क्या
लग रहा है क्या आपको?
बहुत टाइम बाद तुमसे बाहर 1v1 हो रहा है। आज तो तुम गए दोस्त।
देखते हैं, ये दीवार ने बचा रखा तुमको।
दोस्त ये चेहरा देख रहे हो, ऐसा ब्लफ मारूंगा ना तुम पहचान नहीं पाओगे कि सच।
देखते हैं कौन किसको ब्लफ मारता है, कौन किसको नहीं।
लेट्स गो।
आँख बंद करो, अच्छे से करो ना।
बंद है मेरी,
ठीक है।
बटन बटन की आगे खुली हुई है।
अरे यार देखो मत यार, तुम वो कर रहे हो। आगे बंद करो।
बंद है।
अभी निकाला नहीं है।
आपकी आंखें खराब है, मैं बता रहा हूँ।
ओए ये क्या दे दिया?
ऐसा क्या दे दिया?
अभी नहीं।
चलो यार जल्दी करो यार, तुम बहुत टाइम लगा रहे हो जोंटे, कितना स्लो यार।
ये चीज बहुत खतरनाक है भाई। भाई
यस। ऐसा क्या है? सदमे में आ गया अब तो।
एक
हसीना थी,
नहीं।
पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था।
तीनों चीजें बोलनी है ना।
कौन है?
अरे रुक जा दोस्त।
कौन है? देखो कौन है वो, कहाँ से वो आया?
एक गन है।
बंदूक है।
हाँ
छोटी बड़ी?
छोटी है।
तो गेम की है बाहर की है?
गेम की ही है ये।
ओके।
और इसका एक छल्ला है, छल्ला होता है ना वो,
पीछे
गोली।
ओके।
और एक है इसमें बतख, ये है।
ये जो बंदूक है, ये छोटी बंदूक है गेम वाली है, बड़ी बंदूक है?
गेम की छोटी है बट यहाँ पे रियल में बड़ी है।
ओके।
एक और चीज यार, इस बंदूक के ऊपर कुछ लपेटा हुआ है इन्होंने।
इसके ऊपर लपेटा हुआ है? क्या लपेटा हुआ है?
लाइट।
लाइट? लाइट को लपेट दिया बंदूक के ऊपर?
हाँ
कैसी बातें कर रहे हो
लाइट
आप?
लपेटा एकदम, मतलब लग रहा है कि चमक रही है बंदूक इस टाइम।
तो बताया नहीं आपने, छोटी बंदूक है, बड़ी बंदूक है, ये 1 शॉट होने वाली है, 2 शॉट होने वाली है, लॉन्ग रेंज, शॉर्ट रेंज।
वन टैप बंदूक होने वाली है।
ये 1 टैप है। डेजर्ट ईगल की बात कर रहे हो क्या?
ये डेजर्ट ईगल की बात है।
अच्छा, सच बोल रहे हो?
देखो दिखती तो डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी ही है
यार आप बार बार स्टेटमेंट चेंज कर देते हो ना, तो मैं ऐसा डाउट होता है, सच बोल रहे हो झूठ बोल रहे हो, क्या बोल
नहीं
रहे
सही में डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी है।
पक्का?
हाँ
100% श्योर?
G18 भी कह सकते हो तुम इसको।
देखो कहीं फिर टीजी टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो रही हो।
नहीं ये है।
पक्का यकीन कर लूं? और फिर ये सबके सामने झूठ निकली तो नहीं निकलेगी? श्योर? जोंटी की जुबान। चलो डेजर्ट ईगल मैंने लॉक करी, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए फिर तो।
डेजर्ट ईगल
आपने बोला ना डेजर्ट ईगल है, बात उसी पे हुई है, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए।
पक्का?
जोंटी की जुबान है ना, देखते छोटी
जुबान नहीं,
अबे जुबान पे हुआ था
भाई ये गेम ही ब्लफ करने का है भाई यार।
मैंने जुबान पे
नहीं भाई मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता।
बस अब बोलो।
तो ये जो एलिमेंट रहने वाले तीनों साथ में या अलग अलग है?
साथ ही है।
एक गेम का हो गया, ये मान लो अपनी बंदूक।
हाँ
उसके बाद 2 आपने क्या बताए थे?
एक बतख है,
एक बतख है,
पीली सी
बतख तो पीली होती है,
और एक गोली का छल्ला।
गोली का छल्ला।
एमो 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 एमो।
चलो आप सच बोल रहे हो,
मैं
दिखा दो।
लॉक करो।
लॉक कर दो।
पहचान लिया, बढ़िया।
अरे अभी कहाँ, हार कबूल कर ली थी जल्दी। क्या लगता है जोंटी भाई? इजी? पक्का जीत पाओगे?
तुम्हारे एक्सप्रेशन से समझ जाऊँ यार।
ऐसी बात है, खोल दो पिटारा। पक्का? आँख नहीं खुलनी चाहिए। ये क्या झांक रहे हो आप? क्या झांक रहे हो आप?
बड़ी चीज अब फंस गई डब्बे में दोस्त, ये तो कोई बड़ी चीज है।
चीज बड़ी होती है और चीज खतरनाक होती है, छोटी चीजें हम यूज ही नहीं करते।
चलो
ये देखो, ये चीजें रहने वाली है, क्या गैस कर पाओगे? खोल लो आके यार, क्यों घबरा रहे हो? मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी। चलो गैस करें, सच बोलो झूठ बोलूं?
तुम्हारी मर्जी, जिसमें तुम अच्छे हो।
मैं दोनों में अच्छा हूँ।
हाँ तो दोनों कर लो। चलो
मैं जीत में एक्सपीरियंस रखता हूँ, तो मैं जीतना चाहूंगा।
ये तो वहम है मेरे भाई।
हम तो अभी देखा था ना, बतख, बंदूक, चल गई बंदूक।
तो वहम है मेरे
चलो चीज बोलता हूँ, समझना, समझ गया, नहीं समझ पाए। 3 चीज बोलता हूँ। पहली चीज पेंसिल जैसा कुछ है, दूसरी चीज ग्लोब, समझ गए, मैप, तीसरी चीज गेम का कैरेक्टर। अब ये नहीं बताऊंगा कौन सा कैरेक्टर होने वाला है। 3 चीज गैस कर दिया।
क्वेश्चन पूछो ना, मैं तो
पूछो ना, मतलब कैरेक्टर थोड़ी बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन पूछोगे तब भी डायरेक्ट बता दूंगा ये चीज है।
गेम का कैरेक्टर कौन सा है?
गेम का कैरेक्टर माफिया का फेवरेट।
पेंसिल जैसे दिखने वाली चीज क्या है?
पेंसिल देखने वाली चीज वो है जिससे हम लिख सकते हैं।
ग्लोब में क्या दिख रहा है?
ग्लोब में मैप,
कौन सा मैप?
फ्री फायर का। क्या हो गया जोंटी भाई, नहीं हो पा रहा क्या?
तुम्हें लग रहा है कि तुम जीत रहे हो, है ना?
मैं जीत ही रहा हूँ और मैं राउंड जीत भी चुका हूँ।
गोल गोल घूमने वाला ग्लोब है
ग्लोब कैसे घूमता है?
या फिर वो ऐसे चिपका हुआ रखा हुआ है?
गोल गोल ग्लोब तो गोल गोल ही घूमता है।
गोल गोल वाला है।
ऐसे ना मुझे तुम देखो,
सीने से लगा लूंगा। यार तुम्हें सीने से लगाने का मन कर रहा,
कोई नहीं।
एक्सप्रेशन ऐसा आ रहा है।
जीत के लगाएंगे अपन।
एक तो ऐसे आंखें घूर घूर के देखनी पड़ रही है।
मैं तो सोया भी नहीं हूँ।
पानी आ गया दोस्त आंखों में से।
इतना जल्दी मत रो यार जोंटी
मेरी आंखों
भाई।
में दिख रहा है दोस्त।
क्या दिख रहा है यार?
यार
मोहब्बत आपके लिए होनी चाहिए। सोचो यार, तुम तो बहुत टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो। इतना कौन करता है? बहुत मतलब मौका देता हूँ एक 1v1 का, फिर मुकाबला आगे करते हैं।
पेंसिल, कैरेक्टर,
पेंसिल, गेम का कैरेक्टर और एक ग्लोब। ग्लोब के ऊपर एक मैप।
चलो ठीक है, डिसाइड कर लिया।
बोलो।
सच बोल रहे हो?
सच बोल रहा हूँ। दिखा दूं ऑडियंस? भाई यार तुम तो हार चुके हो। तुम्हारा क्या गेस था? ये रहा आपका ग्लोब, ये रही आपकी पेंसिल और गेम का कैरेक्टर देखो, खुद को देखो। ये ग्रेनेड होने वाला है, ये आपका ताज और ये।
वेल प्लेड, सही बलफ किया भाई तुमने।
डर मत, इनसे हल्का हाथ रखूंगा।
नहीं
देख सकते
गेम की तरह नहीं है ये।
कोई बात
यहाँ पे इजी, उधर भी इजी गेम में।
ठीक है,
खोलूं मैं?
खोलो खोलो।
दिखाई तो नहीं दे रही है ना भाई?
नहीं,
ये तुम दोनों से बेस्ट आया भाई।
सच बोलूं या झूठ बोलूं?
जो तू अच्छा कर सके।
एक गेम की कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर जैसा ही है, और एक चीज भी गेम का एक पार्ट है, और एक चीज गेम में लगे हुए हैं।
तीनों चीजें गेम के
गेम के मैप के अंदर बैटल रोल में।
करेक्टर हमारा प्लेइंग करेक्टर है, गन है।
गन नहीं है
गन एक भी नहीं है इनमें से।
ना, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
तो करेक्टर का थोड़ा एट्रीब्यूट होता है, जो प्रेजेंट उनका एट्रीब्यूट होता है।
एट्रीब्यूट कुछ भी हो सकता है।
मतलब कुछ कैसे दिखता है, कुछ तो बता दोस्त।
एडम
ये फंस गया है।
दिखता लड़की जैसा है।
और बाकी दो चीजें थोड़ा थोड़ा बताओ।
बाकी और एक चीज है जो गेम में हम यूज करते हैं,
यूज करते हैं,
उठा के
ये सही बोला दोस्त तूने। ये तो कंफ्यूजिंग था।
हम यूज करते हैं उसको।
हर मैप में यूज होता है हमारे।
हाँ, हर मैप में यूज होता है।
वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड,
सबर करो, इतना जल्दबाजी।
वेल प्लेड दोस्त, वेल प्लेड।
करेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
हाँ।
एवरेज साइज का।
ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू। एवरेज साइज का।
सच बोल रहा है।
सच है।
तो लड़का था लड़की थी? वो करेक्टर था
लड़की।
लड़की। लड़की है और बाकी जो चीजें हम गेम में यूज करते हैं।
हाँ।
तो ये मीली वेपन है या फिर गन है?
मिले वेपन है।
मीली वेपन है। बड़ा है छोटा है?
एवरेज है,
वही
एवरेज है,
एवरेज टाइप ही है।
एवरेज
गेम प्ले भी एवरेज ही है।
एवरेज है। अरे इंडिया कप में पता चल जाएगा यार।
तो मैच के अंदर ही पता चल जाएगा।
तीसरे के बारे में थोड़ा सा और डिटेल्स बताओ।
तीसरी वो है, एक प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
हाँ,
बुश
plant
मतलब
जो गेम में यूज करते हैं हम। तो क्या हो सकता है?
गेम में यूज करते हैं प्लांट। मशरूम टाइप कैसे?
कुछ भी हो सकता है यूज तो हम।
ए पूरा मत बता।
नहीं, झूठ बोल
कैरेक्टर का भी यूज।
अबे मशरूम लगा ले, बोल देना।
हम मशरूम लगा।
मशरूम लगा ले।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
रहा है। हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ, पर सच बोल रहा हूँ तो
पता चल जाएगा ना तो मेरे को।
नहीं, सोच लो अभी।
अरे भाई,
बाद में फिर खुद को बुरा
नहीं कोई नहीं लगेगा, रिग्रेट नहीं करता मैं।
रिग्रेट नहीं करता।
हम बुरा नहीं मानते।
गेम में रिग्रेट कर दोगे आप।
अरे दिखाओ ना भाई।
भाई तो हार गया। देखो ये क्या है,
Nice, nice,
सच बोल रहा था मैं भाई।
nice, nice, well played।
आंखों से झूठ बोल पाऊँ बट रियलिटी रियलिटी है।
सही है, well played। कुछ तो हैवी सामान है।
माफिया, ये जरा इसको ना ऐसे रखियो बहुत सा, मुझे भी नहीं दिखाएंगे यार उसका कवर।
ओ
स्ट्रेटजी लगाएंगे ना।
आके बंदा, चलो फेयर प्ले।
खोलूं?
अभी
ना ना ना,
निकाल रहा हूँ।
अभी कहाँ।
बंदा आके,
हाँ बंद है।
हाँ निकाल लो, बस 1 मिनट।
देख रहे हैं ट्वेंटी भाई
खोलूं
सब।
मैं?
नहीं नहीं
खोलो खोलो, आके खोलो। ये तो कुछ खतरनाक सा है भाई। क्या चीज़ है ये? कौन सा जानवर है? जानवर का नाम मेरे को याद है।
चालू हो गया ये।
एक तो जानवर, इसका नाम है राइनो। राइनो बोलते हैं जिसका सींग रहता है। एक राइनो है। एक मेकअप सामान है।
ठीक है।
मेकअप का वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो आँख के नीचे लगाते हैं?
क्या?
लड़की लगाते हैं आँख के नीचे।
हाँ।
एक वो है। और एक ये चीज़ क्या है, इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
याद नहीं आ रहा है क्या भाई?
नहीं, रबड़। रबड़, हाँ रबड़।
रबर।
हाँ रबर।
रबर, ठीक है।
छोटे से रबड़ जैसा ना, थोड़ा सा ट्रायंगल शेप का है।
स्कूल में जो यूज करते हैं।
हाँ वही वही।
ये जो राइनो बोले कितना बड़ा है?
राइनो थोड़ा सा मतलब भयानक दिख रहा है।
हेवी।
हाँ हैवी।
जो लड़की यूज करते हैं, कौन सा? लड़की तो बहुत सारे यूज करते हैं आंखों में।
अरे मतलब ब्लैक रंग का रहता है ना, काजल। काजल
काजल।
काजल।
ठीक है।
ब्रांड नहीं लिखा बस में।
ब्रांड नहीं?
नहीं
ठीक है। लड़की यूज करती है। गेम का कुछ नहीं है इसमें?
नहीं, गेम का तो ऐसा कुछ लिंक दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को। कुछ और जानना है तो थोड़ा कुछ इस चीज़ के बारे में। जो रबड़ है
सोचता हूँ मैं।
triangle सी है और उसका रंग है ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर है।
ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर।
हाँ, थोड़ा मतलब हाफ ऑरेंज और हाफ ग्रीन है सब।
कितना बार यूज करते हो आप दिन में?
रबड़ मैं क्यों करूँ भाई?
पहले कभी
मैं करता ही
यूज नहीं करते?
नहीं।
पेन से
क्या नहीं करते ना,
गलती नहीं होती थी ना, रबड़ ही क्यों करूँ यूज़?
यहाँ गलती नहीं होगी ना?
नहीं बाद में सॉरी बोलते नहीं ना।
सच बोल रहे हो क्या?
वो तो आप बताओगे दोस्त,
डाउट हो रहा है ना भाई?
इंस्टिंक्ट पे जाओ अपने।
रबर है, आईलाइनर है,
आईलाइनर, हाँ करेक्ट।
या और कुछ है? क्योंकि आईलाइनर के अलावा भी कुछ अलग लगाते हैं।
नहीं वो काजल, अब मेरे को इतना ब्रीफ नहीं पता, पर वो ब्लैक सा टिप है, उसकी लंबी सी लाइन है वो।
उसका पेन टाइप है?
हाँ वो पेंसिल रहती है ना लंबी,
हाँ।
बिल्कुल पेंसिल, पेन नहीं पेंसिल, समझ लो लंबी हो।
पेंसिल किसे लगाएंगे?
दोस्त आईलाइनर नहीं लगाती लड़की।
सच बोल रहे हो?
कंफर्म कर दूं?
सच बोल रहे हो?
ये दो देखो, आईलाइनर, रबड़ और राइनोसर।
दो
3-1 ब्रो।
कोई बात नहीं,
3-1।
मैं समझा दूं।
इनकी टीम को समझाना पड़ता है हर चीज को।
अरे यार बस यहाँ जीत दी है, खुश हो जाएंगे यहाँ से जाके।
क्या नाम है आपका?
जोएब, तुम्हारा?
वोटा।
एक मार्कर है और एक कैक्टस है और ट्रक एक।
अच्छा, क्या क्या कलर किया जो भी मेंशन किए हो?
एक ग्रे कलर का है और एक ग्रीन है, दूसरा भी ग्रीन टाइप है।
छोटे साइज के सब?
असलियत में तो 2 बड़े हैं,
सारे मिले हुए या खट्टे हैं, कैसा है?
वो तो अलग है।
फिर से बोलो, सारे चीज के बारे में डिस्क्राइब करो।
एक मार्कर है, एक कैक्टस है, ट्रक है।
बोलो सारे के कलर।
2 ग्रे है, एक ग्रीन है, एक 2 ग्रीन है, एक ग्रे है।
फिर ट्रक कौन सा है, मार्कर कौन सा है?
मार्कर ग्रे है, ट्रक ग्रीन, कैक्टस ग्रीन। बताओ सच है या झूठ है?
झूठ लग रहा है मेरे को।
सच है।
अरे यार, अच्छा कोई नहीं, गुड गेम। अबे तेरी बारी, पकड़ पाएगा?
पकड़ लूंगा, इजी है।
ठीक है, चलते हैं। एक शवल जैसा है, एक फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स, एक पेस्ट्री।
कलर?
ब्लैक ब्लैक ब्लैक, तीनों ब्लैक।
साइज बताओ, साथ में क्या अलग है?
अलग ही है।
वापस बताओ ना, कौन सी है?
पेस्ट्री, शवल, फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स।
एक और बार कलर ही बता दो बस।
सारे ही ब्लैक हैं।
फ्लेवर बता दो मेरे क्या।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट वाइट भी होता है, ब्लैक एंड वाइट होता है वो तो।
गेस कर लो।
कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी, ट्राई कर लो।
झूठ है।
सच है।
भी
अब करो ना ऐसा।
और बड़ी नाम क्या है आपका? ठीक है, खोल दूँ? ये आग बंद कर लो। एक ग्रेनेड है और एक मुकुट है, क्राउन, और एक आईना है। आईने का गोल्डन है और ग्रेनेड तो ग्रीन ही होता है। वाइट है और उसमें 3 डायमंड लगे। डायमंड क्राउन में। वापस से रिपीट करना, क्या कलर है? क्राउन का वाइट, अरे सॉरी, क्राउन का सिल्वर है, वाइट निकल गया मुझसे। और ग्रेनेड ग्रीन और ये मिरर गोल्डन। सबसे बड़ा ऑब्जेक्ट कौन सा? ग्रेनेड लग रहा है मेरे को। तीनों ही बड़े। नहीं, एक लेंथ में बड़ा है, एक विड्थ में बड़ा है। वापस से रिपीट करना, कौन सा चीज़ है? ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन। ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन। क्राउन का कलर क्या बोला? सिल्वर। गोल्डन किसका कलर है? मिरर का। हाँ, क्या लगता है, सच बोल रहा हो झूठ बोल रहा हो? मुझे लगता है भाई झूठ बोल रहा है। क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है? ना भाई, एक ही गेम खेल रहा और भरोसा नहीं है? जाओ फिर भाई, मत करो भरोसा, और क्या। अरे यार, इतना तेज झूठ बोलता है भाई। सच बोला है मैंने।
भाई अपना भी नाम बता दो।
आयुष।
भाई एक घोड़ा है और गोल्ड है,
हाँ,
एक क्लॉक है।
तीनों का कलर बताओ पहले।
ब्लैक है और येलो है और रेड है।
किसका क्या है?
घोड़े का ब्लैक है, येलो है क्लॉक का।
हो गया,
हो गया?
वापिस रिपीट करो।
अरे घोड़े का ब्लैक है, क्लॉक का येलो है।
और गोल्ड का?
किसका? गोल्ड का गोल्ड है भाई।
घोड़ा बड़ा है छोटा है?
छोटा है।
किसकी जैसा है?
क्या?
अरे छोटा घोड़ा है ना?
हाँ,
गोल्ड की चेन है कि सिर्फ गोल्ड है? थोड़ा
सिर्फ गोल्ड है।
क्या है मतलब?
नगेट नगेट।
वापिस रिपीट करो पूरा।
गोल्ड है, घोड़ा है, क्लॉक है।
क्लॉक कैसा है?
क्लॉक
बड़ा है छोटा है, कैसा है?
राउंड छोटा।
छोटा। पता चल गया भाई, झूठ बोल रहे हो।
गैस कर सकते हो, गैस करना है तो।
हाँ झूठ बोल रहे हो
भाई पकड़ लिया तूने झूठ देख।
तो भाई तुम उसको देखे बिना बोल रहे हो तो।
गुड गेम भाई।
Since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away.
मेरा नाम फोजिया से है।
मेरा नाम TG माफिया।
Hi guys, I am Ekaka.
This is Nancy.
हम थोड़ा टीमों को रैंक करने आए हैं।
According to their performance,
तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली टीमें यहाँ पे देखनी पड़ेगी, कहीं ना कहीं छुपी निकलेंगी।
मेरे को दिख गई।
दिख गई?
यस ब्रो यस।
आज हम बैठे हैं जो टॉप 18 है उन्हें रैंक करना है एक करके। मेरा नाम जोएब है।
आई एम आयुष, आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड, 3 साल से वेट किया है।
my name is Kaushik Malik. My name is Predator. I want to do revenge.
बाकी सब बच्चे हैं तीनों, किड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ये टीमें कुछ हवा में उड़ रही हैं, इनको लग रहा है कि ग्रैंड मास्टर पे जाके बैठेंगे। इनको बैठाते हैं कि पोजीशन करते हैं, कहाँ बैठाने हैं। चल माफिया शुरू करते हैं। कहाँ पे ढूंढनी तो पड़ेगी, मिल गई क्या तेरे को? इसमें तो वही प्लेयर ना जिसको तासियो चाहिए शायद।
यस यस प्लैटिनम आई गेस।
मेहनत कर रहे हैं यार, डाल दे चल तू। तूने कहा प्लेटिनम, तेरी सुन लेते हैं पहले तो। प्लेटिनम पे रखते हैं इनको। जो मेरी टीममेट है, इनकी टीममेट है, एक्स टीममेट है, तो कुछ अंदर की बातें ऐसी बता रखी हैं जिसके कारण हम इनको प्लेटिनम में रखना चाहेंगे।
हमें पता है कुछ इनके बारे में, सब कुछ
पता तो सबके बारे में है, बस राज कब खुलने वाले हैं वो देखने वाली बात है। इसकी अगर मैं बात करता हूँ गोल्ड लैग की, कभी तो रहेंगे बोर्ड के टेबल पे, कभी रहेंगे टेबल टॉप पे। ब्रॉन्ज पे रख दूं,
हीरोइक पे रख
करते हैं, बीच में करते हैं।
उनका सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छा सेट है। उनके सारे रशर का स्नाइपर के कवर में खेलते हैं तो उनका पूरा कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है।
टीम अच्छी है, इसके प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं और टीममेट जो है वो मेरे दोस्त भी रहने वाले हैं। लेकिन जो इसका ओनर है ना, और का अभी उसने बीच में कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराब कर दिया, तो मैं यहाँ पे लगाता हूँ।
ऑक्टोबॉक्स कौन सी टीम है?
ये भाई है ना सारे।
बस हमारे इनसे फाइट होती रहती है तो हम इनसे मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं।
इस टीम की अगर हम बात करें, इसके बारे में कुछ सुनने में आया मेरे को, अगर वो चीज सच्चाई है तो शायद मैं इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे रखना
तो फिर ये इस लिस्ट में भी रहने डिजर्व नहीं करता अगर वो चीज सच है।
अगर वो चीज सच है तो शायद ये लिस्ट से बाहर हो जाएंगे 18 से। इनका पता ही नहीं है तो इनको थोड़ा लिस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रखते हैं, इनके बारे में आइडिया ही नहीं है। तो शायद अंडरडॉग से आ रही है टीम, शायद इसलिए हम इनको नहीं जानते। तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम अच्छा खेलेगी तो हमें भी खुश होगी उस चीज को। डायमंड रखना चाहिए हमें,
क्योंकि हमारे इनसे क्लैशेस होते हैं 2-3 जगह, तो हम वो मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं। तो फिर भी हमने इनको डायमंड दे दिया।
एंड बोंटी भाई हमारे रह गए तो वो डायमंड है तो डायमंड पे रख देंगे। चाहे बचते हैं, डांस करते हैं, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, नाचने का शौक है मुझे लग रहा है उनको, तो डेफिनेटली उनको नचाएंगे। मेरे को सुनने में आया था कि इनका जो प्लेयर रहने वाला है कर्मा, उसको शायद कुछ ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो गया था, उसके बावजूद भी वो गेम खेल रहा था ना, तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम ग्रैंड मास्टर में डिजर्व कर रही है।
उनकी डेडिकेशन ही बस उनको क्वालिफाई कराई है।
मतलब ये टीम अंडरडॉग से आ रही है और मेहनत कर रही है काफी ज्यादा। होप पूरा अच्छा खेलेंगे लोग, इसके बारे में बोलना ही नहीं है कुछ, ये बोलने लायक ही नहीं है।
बाकी जो है वो तो आपको दिख ही जाएगा मैचेस में। अब
R&T ये अच्छी टीम है, मेहनत करती है बराबर। लोगों ने सुना होगा कि स्नाइपर गोड होते हैं, बट हमारे पास में डेविल है। डेविल ये तुम्हारे हाथ में रहेगी।
दे डिजर्व ग्रैंड मास्टर।
कहते हैं ना, टीम टोटल गेमिंग, हर किसी को घी हजम नहीं होता।
अपनी तरफ हम बोल के नहीं करेंगे, गेम दिखा के ही करेंगे जो भी है।
तो हम नीचे से ऊपर जाना चाहिए, वहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहिए?
हम खुद को ब्रोंज पे रखेंगे, हम खुद अपना बोल के नहीं, हम अपने गेम से यहाँ जाएंगे।
टीम टाइकून्स का मैं एक्चुअली मेंटोर रहने वाला हूँ, तो इस टीम को बिल्ड भी मैंने किया था। और जिस प्रकार से टीम खेल रही है, जैसा आपने बताया, यंग ब्लड रहने वाले हैं, जिस प्रकार से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अनबिलीवेबल है। बस इनका गेम जिस दिन चलता है तो सामने कोई टिकता नहीं। इनको हम रखना चाहिए हीरो पे, क्योंकि ये अपना हीरो वाला काम करते हैं, अपने काम का मतलब रखते हैं, गेम प्ले में फोकस,
और किसी को चुल नहीं काटते हैं। सो मैं रिस्पेक्ट टू भाई गॉड्स गेम।
नॉन स्टॉप गेमिंग को देखना चाहिए कैमरा पे। जो इनके ओनर हैं वो मेरे खास दोस्त हैं। इनकी टीम भी अच्छा खेल रही है, मेहनत कर रही है, बट थोड़े बहुत टीम बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो बहुत रास्ता भटक जाते हैं, और वो डेफिनेटली एनजी भाई इनको बहुत अच्छे से गाइड करेंगे बच्चों को, और इनको लेके जाएंगे तो एनजी भाई के लिए ऊपर हम ग्रैंड मास्टर कर देंगे। तो इनको तो मेरे ख्याल से ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर ग्रैंड मास्टर नहीं होता क्या?
यहाँ पे चढ़ा देंगे इनको तो भाई, बीच में कर देते, क्योंकि उनके पास एक इंटरनेशनल कोच है जो उनकी पूरी गेम तैयारी करता है। चल गए तो चल गए, बहुत गंदा मारेंगे, और नहीं चलो फिर बॉटम पे ही रहेंगे। इसलिए इनको हम एवरेज में ही रखते हैं, नीचे और बीच में। ये लोग भी डिजर्व करते हैं ग्रैंड मास्टर और हीरोइक के बीच में।
डन। आपको पता है कि जब एक्सपीरियंस किसी टीम के पास में रहता है तो वो टीम प्लस पॉइंट पे रहती है, बट ये स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करके आ रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी इतना अच्छा खेला, और एक्सपीरियंस टीम भी बाहर हुई है इसके अंदर काफी ज्यादा। अगर मैं बात करूँ टफर कॉम्पिटिशन की हमारी, तो 2 रहने वाले हैं। एक रहने वाली टीम टोटल गेमिंग, एक रहने वाली टीम टाइकून्स।
और अगर हमें खुद को हटाना है तो सेकंड पे हम रखेंगे गॉड लेक को, क्योंकि गॉड लेक अभी इस टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा खेली है इस मेटा में। सो डेफिनेटली ये दोनों टीमें बहुत अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन देंगे।
Non-stop gaming.
Where to keep this, bro?
Heroic.
Heroic.
எனக்கு டவுன் கட்ட என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா இருக்கு, சூப்பரா ஆடுவாங்க. So they will play good and they having more firepower equal to us. So we are keeping non-stop gaming here.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், அப்புறம் ஜோன் ரொட்டேஷன் நல்லா இருக்கும். கார்னேட்டட் ஆர்மி எப்பவுமே தேர்ட் பார்ட்டில தான் இருக்காங்க. 4 vs 4 எப்பவுமே லாஸ்ட் தான். ஸோ அதனால சில்வர்.
They can't do 4v4 with us. So they will come with third party only. So we are keeping him in silver. In last Free Fire video, we saw that BB NMR banded. He say he's easy to take class with us. In last tournament, we landed in Refinery. We beated them. Then next map also they will class with us, but they didn't come. But they are saying he's easy to class with us. So we keeping him is here. 18. Oh, average.
ஓகே பிளாட்டினம்.
This is my ex team, Autobots Esports. Now we are playing for Godlike. PN one more team having. They play for Autobots Esports. Now they are not performing like us. They will be in platinum.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ வர வர கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர் இருந்தது. அவங்க கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும். இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லா வருவாங்க. அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், பட் ஃபைனல்ஸில் பர்ஃபார்ம் வந்து கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். இந்த FFMICல பார்க்கலாம் ஃபைனல்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு.
This is also third party team. Whenever we will fight, they will come back and they will stab us and do anything in last zone fight. They are equal to us almost. They are doing recent tournaments good.
அவங்களோட புது டீம் நல்லா இருக்கு, நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர். லாஸ்ட் டைம் அவங்க சாம்பியன் ஆனாங்க ஒரு டோர்னமெண்ட்டில். அதுவும் FFMICல நல்லா குவாலிஃபை ஆகிட்டு வராங்க. கம்பேக் ஐ திங்க்.
They are in downfall before 1 month. Now they are playing in boot camp. They are playing in good way. So I am keeping them in heroic.
ஃபார் டைமண்ட் லாஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிற டோர்னமெண்ட் டிடோமாவில் வந்து நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. பூயா நல்லா அடிப்பாங்க, அதிகமாக பூயா அவங்க மேக்ஸிமம்.
They will only consider it for Booyah, so I am keeping them in diamond.
ஃபைனல்ஸ் எப்போவுமே ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்து ரெவனன்ட் எக்ஸ்பார்க் டீம் வந்து நல்லாவே ப்ளே பண்ணோம். அவங்களோட பூயா கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
These two are also good teams, so I make them in Grandmaster. Godlike should be top of these two teams. These 18 teams itself. So I am keeping Godlike here. Godlike Esports is in Grandmaster. Last 7 months we are the number 1 team. Definitely we will win this. So I am keeping here.
Because we are best.
They are playing good really.
RG ரெக்கனிங் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் வீக் 1 வீக் 2 ரெண்டுத்துலேயும் நல்லா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க.
We are keeping them in heroic. They are average team. So I am keeping here.
என்ன சொல்கிற, என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இல்லை, அந்த மாதிரி தான் சொல்லி முடிச்சு விடுவோம்.
ஓகே, அவங்கக்கிட்ட ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை, பட்டு ஃபயர் பவர் ஓகே, ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லாயிருக்கும், பட் ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை. ஐஜிஎல் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்ல டீமாக வருவாங்க.
They are not concentrating in strategies. They are only doing rotation like that. They are coming only third party like that. We want to take proper 4v4. They want to improve a lot, so I keeping them in down.
அவங்க 4v4 ஃபைட்டில் கொஞ்சம் வீக்கு தான். ஜோன்லேயே நிறைய சுற்றுவாங்க. ஜோனை விட்டு கொஞ்சம் உள்ளே வந்து ப்ளே பண்ணலாம், அப்போயாச்சும் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வீக் 2ல் வந்து மேட்ச் 3க்கு 7 பாயிண்ட்டு நம்ம தான் இருந்தாங்க. அடுத்த 3 மேட்ச் கம்பேக் கொடுத்து நல்லா வந்தாங்க.
Week 2 they are almost got eliminated. First 3 matches they got 7 points like that. Next 3 match he got almost 50 above points and they got selected. So I keeping there in platinum. Now only they started team. We know how they will play in this tournament only. We didn't saw properly. So I am keeping them in here.
அவங்க 4v4ல வீக்காக தான் இருப்பாங்க. அவங்களும் ஸ்ட்ராங் கிடையாது. இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும். அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்லா அதிகமாக இருந்தது, இப்போ ரொம்பவே கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
Past 2 months they are
With only 6 games left, 6 teams to qualify and 6 to be eliminated. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025, ultimate showdown to decide who are the best 6 to make the top 12 into India's LAN finals. Welcome back. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Tanya. And Tanya, how are you feeling? This is the last showdown for qualification.
Well, I'm totally pumped up, charged up, and as we have had a lot of discussions off the records, off the screen, so somehow I'm already too much into about what might happen and what might not happen. Talking of which, we have seen a lot of pro teams not yet qualified, which is a big question mark and a big room of opportunity for the underdogs, who are underdogs no more. They are in the finals. They have made sure they proved their worth, and they have been proving time and time again. Number 1 being Vashishta for me.
Yeah, hands down, you have to give it to Vasista Esports. The way they've always managed to qualify, whether it be the online qualifiers, week 1 and week 2, then into the league stage, even during the league stage of our league stage, week 1 and week 2 performances, they almost made it to the top. Yes, the other teams like NG Pros, Total Gaming, they did take off on the charts. But imagine, even NG Pros stick till week 4, day 1 to qualify. That tells how intense this competition has gotten. And that's what we are wondering where this will go to. Genesis, Nightmare, look at them. They were almost about to qualify yesterday. But before they jump into that, we will talk about the tickets that are live for the LAN finals that we were talking about. Don't forget to get that one for yourself. And as soon as we speak about this, you'll see the link in our chat section. It'll be pinned as well. You'll find it everywhere. Don't miss out on this opportunity. The LAN finals to witness the best of the Indian teams and your favorite teams fighting, Tanya.
Absolutely. This is a very good room of opportunity where you can meet your idols, because each and every sports athlete has got one fine fan following where you can go ahead, meet them, see them play within the stadium. So let's go for it. Book your tickets. They are live at Book My Show. And I mean, I would definitely not miss this opportunity. It's once in a lifetime kind of an opportunity where you can see, learn, and have fun.
Yeah, this is the best, right? When we always talk about esports and action, it is always a side that we would want to see live, right? Live on YouTube is another thing. Watching live in IRL, a lot of people keep talking about this. IRL streams now. There is an IRL matchup that's going to be happening for Free Fire Max, and this is where you need to be. But before we go into that, the ultimate showdown, the LAN finals, we'll quickly talk about what and all went through the league stage. Online qualifiers is done. We already spoke about it a lot. Week 1 and week 2 teams fought to get to the top 12. And after that, who were there from 13 to almost 18 did not get to play right at the start. Just like how today on week 4, day 2 on the 14th of September, we're going to be seeing hashtag 17 and hashtag 18. We will even talk about the teams joining to make the 12, but it is not them qualifying, only the top 6, Tanya.
Only the top 6. Yes, 6 are going to say bye to the LAN, bye to this entire tournament. They had a long journey and nobody wants to say bye. So what does it end up with? Everybody is going to give their best. And grand finals, we already have 6 strong teams. Other 6 yet to be added, with 6 total of maps. Let's see about how the performances will be, because today I have got a feeling that some big names might not qualify. Yes, you're hearing me right when I say that. And talking of the qualification, well, qualification towards the title, towards the trophy, also has got one more mode added, which is Champion Rush format.
This is an interesting one. You get one day, and in that we have a maximum of 10 games. The objective is get to 80 points first. And what activates? It is the Champion Rush criteria. And as soon as you activate that criteria in the next consecutive game, all you have to do is secure a booyah. Whether you do it in the 5th game, whether you do it in the 6th, whether you do it in the 7th, 8th, 9th or 10th, doesn't matter. Once you get a booyah after reaching Champion Rush, you become the champions of TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. Imagine, out of 1 crore and for the BR or 80 lakhs, you managed to grab a major chunk and call yourself the champion on LAN.
Well, that is everything. That is everyone. That is every team fighting for the title to brag for, the prize pool to bag in. But there's only one team who is going to go up for the grabs, and that is going to take us towards the land of Lucknow on 28th of September. But let's talk about today. These are the 12 teams playing. IQ Reckoning, Nightmare Esports, Godlike Esports, Autobot Esports, Genesis Esports, OnePlus God's Reign, Autobot Esports, Vashisht Esports, Team Insane Esports, Jaunty Gaming, NG Silver Eagle and Team Hint. These are the two new names who have been added towards qualifying procedure. Just imagine, Lucifer, NG Silver Eagle and Team Hint, who were qualified last for the grand finals, take away the slot in top 12. I mean, that's going to be an incredible story.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? That's what I'm wondering. Not just NG Silver Eagle and Team Hind. We've seen Genesis making that qualification, Nightmare making that qualification, Aerobots making that qualification, Insane and Autobots somewhere in the mix make some insane gameplay, and they managed to make it through. And that's where I'm wondering, what would happen if they make a jump? Would it be a problem for OnePlus God's Reign? Would it be a problem for Ico Reckoning? Would it be a problem for Godlike, a team that everybody's been talking about from the online qualifiers, Tanya, that they're the first team that should qualify into the grand finals, and here we are in week 4, day 2, and Godlike is still not qualified, and we still see them here. Marco, finally, from yesterday we've been seeing that Eco is back in action and it's been working out. Yogi, still one of the top fraggers from his end. Nancy, I think somewhere in the mix. In one of those days he has a sporadic performance, a spectacular one, but eventually it's back to Yogi. I think it's time for everybody to start picking up the pace.
Well, that's absolutely correct. No question about it. But today, the opportunity for OnePlus God's Reign stands strong because there's no drop clash with them. There's not going to be early fight, and the teams who usually take fights with them are already qualified. Now, this is the latter 6 teams who are going to play Autobots Esports, Vashishta Esports. And talking of which, Team Insane that you mentioned, Salo is the heavy lifter. If he is alive, then the team survives. If not, then there comes the team who falls down the drains. Talking of which, John T Gaming, the team who was supposed to qualify on day 1 with equal scoreline, they missed with only not being able to procure a booyah. Now they are still struggling to qualify. NG Silver Eagle and Team Hind. Talking of Team Hind, they have been underperforming for quite a while. I mean, we have never seen one single day where we can make sure announcement, yes, today it's the day, it's the kind of a play which we expect from Team Hind to participate and perform. So somewhere Team Hind are not in a good form or not in a good state, but today it's the last day. We do believe that anything and everything can happen because the point is all reset. Everybody is starting afresh.
That's the thing, right? About Team Hind, I think if we even track back to our online qualifiers, our league stage matches, online qualifiers week 1 or week 2, Tanya, Team Hind have never been on the spotlight. But still, every consecutive week they've made it through. Now today, I feel like it might be a little too much of a ask for Team Hind, because comparing the performances of online qualifiers, league stage, every team had a lot of games that they could play around, work around, figure out what the strategy is. But coming to this last and final leg of the race, I feel like Team Hind and NG Silver Eagle, they are the last ones to step into a boiling hot pot. Every other team have been performing. They've been trying to get to that top 2, missed by the mark, missed by a last few points. If you take week 3, day 1, just one booyah was the cost for John T Gaming not qualifying. And when I take up the name of John T Gaming, another team, NG Pros, till yesterday they struggled and finally they made it through. But John T Gaming, till date, after that week 3 day 1 performance, we have not at all seen. It seems like however Team Hindra now we are talking about, that's how John T Gaming are seeming. Their performance nowhere to be seen as just as good, as consistent as expected.
That, and there's no second opinion over it. NG Pro sure struggled until yesterday to qualify, and today the window of qualification is a little more, but margin of elimination is as equal as the qualification teams. But let's see what is going to happen, because let's also talk about the casters' prediction, most of which have been right. No matter what, each and every caster has got one correct prediction, but today is a big day, and with that big day comes bigger predictions.
Look at that lot. Oh my god. I want to see, I think Godlike, everybody has written it. I think there are 4 teams that almost everybody is going to think about, Tanya. That is Godlike, John T Gaming, OnePlus God's Reign and Ico Reckoning. These 4 teams need to make it because these are the big wigs. And if they don't go, I think that's going to be an upset. On the other end, I'm looking at Aerobots, seems to be a personal favorite for everybody. After that, I'm finding Genesis. It's only as of now one Chirayu I can see that has taken their name. I'm not too sure if that's going to be the best, because Genesis have been a little dicey, right? Their performance good, but I'm a little perplexed. Autobots coming in from Bullet, I'm not too sure. Somewhere I feel like Autobots are not feeling where they would want to put their best performance in. You've gone for Nightmare, I've also gone for Nightmare. Vasista Esports is what you've gone for. I've gone for Aerobots over here. And I think these hashtag 5 and 6 spots could even extend up to hashtag 4, 5 and 6, where along with Genesis, there might be Team Hind, which even Insane thinks that they could make it here in the last push along with Regan.
Team Insane is also predicted by Arrow and sure brother from Hindi desk. Now that's a big ask from Team like Insane going in with Team Hind, Team Insane being picked by Arrow. Now that is a little questionable opinion about if we have a proper book about the play style, about the elimination points. They do not even come in towards the position of getting qualified. But if at all they do, that's a massive hit. That's the home run they are waiting for.
Yes, if Insane are actually able to do, I think I'm going to be overjoyed. It's been, yes, they joined yesterday, so it was not easy for them. But before we head over and discuss about them, let's talk about the ones likely to make it. We did see Genesis, a team who were almost about to pounce upon Godlike, actually even win that battle and look like they were the top performing teams. And in front of them, a team who have been performing, but somewhere that fine line of finding qualification, Aerobots have not managed to secure it. As you can see, 2 booyahs in comparison to 3 that Aerobots have. Damage very close, 1,20,000 on the other end, 1,30,000, a difference of 13,000. Eliminations, this is where Aerobots strike hard. They're a very aggressive team and therefore they accumulate points a lot more and also manage to survive, therefore their placement points as well. Whereas Genesis, they play a lot more on position, survival and then eliminations towards the end. I think that might not be the right strategy today. If you play for survival, #5 and 6, but that is going to be a dicey one.
Absolutely, and you have to make sure you go ahead and give it your best. Do not just hold a good compound and then wait for the fights to follow. But right now, if we have a look at this particular page, we have got the head-to-head comparison between two teams. I mean, they have been so strong in their respective groups. They have been performing very well and consistent in league stages as well, but still not qualified. IQ Reckoning as well as OnePlus God's Reign. Ronit and Kaushik, both the bombers from their own respective teams. 82 eliminations coming from the side of Kaushik and 74 from the side of Ronit. Damage dealer, Ronit is somehow dealing more damage and it might be more or less of the assist count that we are able to match up to it. 83 assists, that is almost 6 to 7 more of assists amount. They both are able to get the equal amount of knocks, and imagine 2 bombers bombing each other. Who will give the right blow? Who will be able to exactly ignite the bomb in their hand, cook the grenade in their hand and then throw it? I really want to watch them fight against each other.
I think here this comparison is insane to see between Ronit and Kaushik and how close they are in terms of their eliminations as well. But Ronit has an upper hand, and especially he did that yesterday. IQ Reckoning, I thought it was a full-on wipe on OnePlus Godsend, but he was able to wipe 3 of the players and then Jaunty Gaming. And that man alone has 15 eliminations with a grenade. So Ronit, a crucial player, and how would it take place on? It is going to be on these respective maps. How can he cook up those nades? Starting things off is a very interesting next era. So we are not going to go to our casual ease-going Bermudas. It is going to be next era. You have to find a way to spice up the competition. I think this is the best way. And look at it, towards the end, Tanya, we are ending at Bermuda. In between, it's Solara, Purgatory, Kalahari and Alpine.
No, Bermuda is somewhere that I'm giving a big laugh towards, because that is a vanilla map. That is a map where everybody is comfortable, and that is exactly where you have to end it. Even for one single point, you might have a tie. We will have to go for the tie-breaker rules, and everything can happen in Bermuda because that map is going to hold a lot of stories. But for that to happen, Nextera, Solara and Purgatory should go strong. Purgatory is still a friendly map, still a comfortable one, but Nextera and Solara should be 2 maps where you are able to build in a strong, concrete scoreline, which SHL made sure to gain that. They were number 1 on number 1 and 2 position. They grabbed 2 booyahs and they was unshakable for the entire day. They did have early eliminations. So that is exactly teams have to decide about how they are going to make sure they solidify their position.
Now let's take a look at teams to watch out for on next era, depending on how they manage to do it. This map, yes, for the T1 teams, for the experienced players, it has been a map where they have found value. I think even Godlike could be in this mix. But the name that I like to talk about is, which is in #2, that is Nightmare Esports. They've not gotten a booyah, but look at the number of total points they've managed to accumulate along with the eliminations here on next era. That tells us that Nightmare Esports know this terrain very familiar. They're ready to find a lot of value. But one team which has been a surprise so far has been Jaunty Gaming, except their downfall, that doesn't still work on my mind. I still feel like, hey, that's just something, brush it off, don't even worry about it. And I hope Tanya, Jaunty Gaming come up with that same mindset because IQ Reckoning ended with a booyah yesterday on this map and they would want to start again.
They are going to start up strong if they want to qualify, and we will also talk about the preferred drop spots. Which team want to land where and who is going to go for early brawl. Talking of which, Team Hind wants to make it all safe on the grounds of Twin Bridge. They're not sharing grounds with anyone, and same comes in from the side of Team Insane. Two teams who are just joining in, they want the settling period, but look at the southern side, look at the boxing gym. We have got Jaunty sharing the grounds with Silver Eagles. Immediate brawl to be expected.
The Southern, Eastern, Frontier, Genesis, Nightmare, OnePlus God's Reign, NG Silver Eagle, they're diving down today. I hope they understand that these preferred spots is not favorable for them. I hope they go towards Intellect Center or somewhere else, maybe towards Turbine, maybe Farmtopia, look forward to a fight with IQ Reckoning. But if they get stuck in between the cluster of Jaunty Gaming, OnePlus God's Reign, Nightmare and Genesis, and then Aerobots, they decide to make a quick pounce and hit and elimination point through for them. It is going to be a great one for these respective teams and not NG Silver Eagle. And NG Silver Eagle, they're also a team. Now, when we talk about this, right, Tanya, which teams can make it through? This is where my confusion is. Now, we did mention about all the top teams and they should be qualifying, yes, per se, but the entire performance that we've seen, league stage, week 3 and now week 4, it doesn't tell us the same story that our best experienced players and teams look like they can qualify. They've never, and especially at this point, can you say that Godlike are going to be qualifying? Not too sure because their performance, we don't know. Jaunty Gaming after week 3, day 1, what is going to happening? We don't know. So therefore Nightmare, Genesis, everybody, Autobots, Insane, all have a chance, and that's what I'm worried about for the top teams as we look at our caster predictions. Let's see what decisions we've made, and going right out of the gate, I am banking on IQ Reckoning. They ended the day with a victory. They're going to start with the booyah again. Then I see OnePlus God's Reign is also a similar pick between us, and then I'm going for Godlike because I feel like if they start on this game, then Godlike are going to run their way all the way towards the top, and I feel that is the reason you made a pick of Jaunty Gaming, thinking they're the ones who are going to make a run.
They have been stronger one on the map of Nextera, right? So I do believe that Jaunty Gaming should be able to pull in some tricks to grab some eliminations, if not booyah, and maybe the podium finisher, because all you have to do is be consistent. The score lines are 0, reminding you of it over and over time. Nothing is going to get counted about how your yesterday was or how your day before was. It's all about today, in the moment, and 6 maps are the deciding factor if you're flying towards Lucknow or saying goodbye to FFMIC 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you brought it at this point at the right time while we were about to just start the first map, first game. You're getting eliminated. That's something of a pressure that none of the teams can easily gobble. Because imagine you're fighting for a game and now you have to, under threat, play for qualification, and if you fail, you're eliminated. It all starts here. You have to put your best foot forward for the game number 1 of week 4. Day 2, it is Nextera. Which team gets the booyah to start things off and who managed to slowly cascade their qualification?
Talking of flight path going south towards northeastern side, and the flight path should be comfortable enough to go towards their safe drop points. Autobots already have been able to get their Grave Labs position. Godlike not willing to have an early fight, playing it safe on Plazaria. Jaunty Gaming sharing the grounds with no one, which was supposed to happen. And realization factor is pretty clean. You do not want to get early elimination, but look at Intellect Center. Silver Eagles dodged the fight with Jaunty Gaming, but now they're up against Team Hind. 4 versus 4 on the grounds of Intellect Center. Who is going to take away the first elimination point?
Only Intellect Center in contention. Team Hind. There's been a lot of questions, but some of the casters have inclined to their qualification just on basis of how they've qualified every time. One of those teams, as I said, never on the spotlight but always at the verge of qualification, and they have also been the reason for upset for a lot of big names who are not now playing in FFMIC 2025. That says a lot about Team Hind. That says a lot about their qualification mentality. And right as now you can still see that they're like, hey, it's game 1. Yes, we know there's an opponent close by, but let's not take the fight. Let's let the opponent walk towards us or let them make the decision. But Ayush, a little too much of a trigger discipline, and Sid corners himself and covers.
Jordan's presence moving back. This is the silence before the storm because Jord also has a lot of information. But Genesis already have some eliminations. Where are they? They are also in the mix of Intellect Center. They make a push. The fight was supposed to happen between Team Hind and Silver Eagles, but it is going in the favor of Team Genesis over here. A little aggressive today. Few teams want to make sure that the presence is seen, and few teams are trying to go as safe as possible. But today, nobody is safe. Today, nobody can go easy. Everybody is going to hard because the stakes are even higher.
More tougher, a lot more rigid, and points is the necessity. Team Hind revive their player as quick as possible. Genesis, the reason they managed to make it through here is because Aerobots took up their position around Zipway and pushed them off. And therefore, right now, NG Silver Eagle and Team Hind forced to a fight. Genesis, can they find any advantage here? Sid, cornered in a 1v2, tries his best, doesn't get out, and that's going to be an elimination. Another in the bag for Lexus. But this fight, these noises that have been heard, Genesis might decide to make a push. They did use the Avon, did not get information on the binoculars. They went a little too north out of the edge of the circle. But on the other end, Godlike, they've also started. And this is a fight with Vasista Esports. Vasista Esports, they've also not looked great. But I don't know why they made this big switcheroo. They were all the way towards Mota. Ruins made the jump on the other direction. And now they're fighting with Godlike at Deca Square.
But before that, Team Genesis giving all blows.
Sorry, mud side.
They are going so bad on the grounds and they are going so harsh on every team coming up against them. But talking of Vasishta Esports, which you just mentioned, Team Godlike is just trying to evacuate the space by using the launch pad. Nobody wants to get early elimination. Abhay being spotted was taken down for sure, but look at the prone position for the information. Vasishta trying to get all the information, and then one by one they're trying to pick some fights, pick some elimination points. What is Kid 26 up to? Why is he up in open? He should play it safe, because if you go like that, you might be decimated. No, the damage was delivered, but he survives that launch pad jump.
While this is happening, even NG Silver Eagle, they decided to cut from Intellect Center, but they headed towards Museum, where welcome was Aiko Reckoning's party. And you can see Lexus, the man who managed to get 2 eliminations, is now running for survival for NG Silver Eagle. He's the last man surviving. Nobody else. Ronit, he's trying to find this last man out. His teammates have found the rest. Lexus heals himself, but he sees the safe zone closing. And he is the last man, last wish, the last life in this game. And I think Lexos knows that his survival is not going to be written here in Nextera. He has to look forward to Solara. The 2 eliminations are the only thing that he can be happy about. A couple of shots, but Lexos, that's the final end. He tried his best to take on Ronit, but his teammates were around. And NG Silver Eagle in game 1 are the first team to be eliminated. And also, they were one of the few couple teams who just managed to make their first performance here in week 4, day 2.
The switch of the drop points is everything that they are being punished for. They do not have to do that major switches when you know that there's a threat to get eliminated, but somehow they got 3 elimination points. Yogi just landing, just got revived, and he doesn't have any weapon to carry along. He is in the center where they have Kid 26 ready with ACAT and Aerobots all set. Let's see if they are going to get some elimination points. But look at Jaunty Gaming. They're playing it so safe on the grounds of Plazaria, not interfering, not showing the presence, not initiating battles. But those few random shots are definitely going to make sure of other teams that there's a team contesting Plazaria. You do not have to push it. And which is that team that nobody knows for now. We know obviously, but they don't know. Nancy knew it pretty well. The Kid 96 is holding this position and he will get eliminated. He gets 1 point on his name. Godlike on the grounds of Deca Square, looking comfortable, not sharing rounds with anyone, with a good amount of loot. We did see one of the players just being revived is now reunited with his team.
Nightmare, while Deca Square was being overtaken, they managed to make their rotation towards Farmtopia. They revive. All the players managed to jump there. They decide we'll look into the later fights. With Jaunty Gaming, they want fights and elimination points right now. This performance that we are expecting from Jaunty Gaming, and everybody watching are expecting them to do a lot, because they've been that top contender. To see them not making the mark, not doing just on their name, the performance missing, lot of questions because this happened to Team Elite, this happened to TSG, this happened to K9. All these teams got eliminated, and if Jaunty Gaming are also one of them, it is going to be a big upset for everybody watching. And so far, all their tries have just been attempts of some damage towards Autobots, nothing in terms of a conversion, Tanya.
Right now, the stronger team seems to be Team Genesis. Few of the caster predictions will go right if they continue to be so strong. Sure, the rotations are way too late compared to any other team, but securing some elimination points early on is buying them enough time to go hold on a good compound and then survive there until the final fight. Yogi is trying to bring in some information for his team, and they are aware about the placement of Vashishta Esports. Vashishta Esports' players are also making sure to place the landmines. Nobody can go blind rush them. They are trying to make sure that the small cottage that they are holding is well defensive mechanism activated with some landmines, with some glue walls. But is it safe enough? That still remains the same question, because Yogi with the information can go in for a rush, and two throwables are everything to shut that team down. But right now, Manish will shut Karma with the perfect connection.
Long range duel coming through, and can they secure the elimination? 1+ God's Reign, would they want to go for a hunt? But they go for it, then they'll be open for even Godlike to take a fight on them, and that's the reason 1+ God's Reign, they're holding their position. Their teammate Anshu is already checking that direction. The circle in the meantime has made a shift towards the southern eastern end, and that's the reason all the teams are now gathering here, and that's the reason Godlike are also feeling comfortable in Decca Square. But they've pushed further from the center of Decca Square towards the edges in the compound, making sure that any other team who are likely to enter from the southern eastern frontier to put a stop to them. And in that direction, there's Vasista Esports, Hind we just saw on our screens, and also 1+ God's Reign. So Godlike have a lot to defend in case they want to open up with the Booyah.
They have a lot to defend, and with defensive strats, you also have to make sure you survive until the end. You pick up some early fights and you win those fights. If you have a look at the circle still looks very safe, except for Team Jaunty Gaming taking too long for the rotation. But look at Nightmare Esports, they're still in the shrink, and as soon as I say that, they use the launch pad, hit the boxing gym with nobody sharing the grounds. They've got one of the strongest compound right now in the center of the circle. The real nemesis right now should be Genesis against Team Hind. The fight started off towards the Intellect Center and is going to continue over here.
Insane have made a jump. Aerobots trying to take a couple of shots, and Godlike trying to defend it. It's not going to be easy for them. Now it seems like they're the hotspot here in Nextera. And look at the circle, it puts them at the dead center. Under construction for Godlike is their compound, but is this an under construction Booyah for Godlike? An opening game, a big one in their name. If that happens, everybody will now get back to that rolling chanting of Godlike, of what they were showing us in our online qualifiers. They were the top, the best team, the highest in terms of elimination, and all eyes on them from every direction. In the meantime, any other team trying to enter, they have also been pushed. I just saw Aerobots finding a player from Reckoning down, but that's not going to be a confirmation. But an opening on Godlike is going to be huge, and that's on Yogi. Aerobots, they also know they're a team under contention, a team who can actually etch their name for qualification. Godlike, this is a very tough position to survive from. Look at this. In all 360 degrees, Godlike have enemies.
They are the apple of the eyes right now. They are being spotted by every different direction and angle, and how are they going to be safe? I've got no answer for that. Team Godlike sure going right with zone prediction, going strong with holding a compound, but then being in so dead center is always going wrong and not in the favorable circumstances for them. So only time will show us how are they going to defend it. But right now, Team Insane is picking up some fights, which they are definitely trying to deny it. And flamethrowers were used over here to little bit of damage. They were well healed. They are going to use the treatment guns. Team Godlike also received a little bit of damage. If we have a look at the circle right now, highly populated. I'm very sure real estate agents might be making the price higher for these compounds.
If they've not done, it's time to do it now as Nightmare and Team Hind are getting closer to each other. But it's going to be godlike, finding a third-party opportunity. Eco, a nice opening and an elimination. Hind quickly revived that player. They have enough creds. But Team Hind with a deficit right now, a player slowly jumping into the compound. Nightmare, this is the opportunity for them to act. But now that they've heard shots that another team took on Hind, they understand if it is them pushing Nightmare, they'll be again under the scope. But Jaguar, the man who got revived, again gets picked off by Godlike. That is a second free elimination point that Godlike grabbed. This is looking like trouble. Godlike, they have angled open in all direction, and Team Hind slowly getting pushed from Nightmare.
How is this push going to work? Because Nightmare, with no elimination points secure, Team Hind is the only way. They get 4 points on their name. Karma being spotted. A lot of damage was also delivered. Godlike is also inching closer, and the circle takes the harsh shift. Still, Godlike will be safe. Autobots taking the entry, and 1+ God's Reign not interfering with anyone. Genesis now trying to make a move where Nightmare are making sure to gatekeep them. Delivered a lot of damage, but not enough to get a single knock as of now to buy themselves some time and get some eliminations. But look on the other side, Vashishta Esports have come in action, and Aiku Reckoning are on the receiving end.
This is the fight for control on the eastern end. Vasista Esports are spotting them from afar. Nightmare in the meantime are also spotting players. 1+ God's Reign trying to take them down, but Aiku Reckoning right behind enemy lines. They're picking off the players of Vasista Esports. Trouble still striking here. 40 players fighting. 11 teams still surviving. Godlike, their eyes on Aerobots, but Nightmare, their eyes on Godlike. They find a knock. 1+ God's Reign, they are also trying to find a mix. This is just chaos, utter chaos in all directions, while teams are finding a couple of knocks. Maybe an elimination is Godlike got one. Genesis on Hind. That is Sid is out. This eastern frontier in full contention. Genesis now have to push up, and they're pushing up closer towards Aerobots and Godlike, while Aerobots are busy helping out Godlike to eliminate Nightmare, and they successfully do so.
Genesis are also trying to make a move where Zoev is already down. Junior very low on HP. Aleem is on the receiving end as well, because Godlike now making a move, and the perfect way to gatekeep them where Yogi will turn into ashes. Nancy and Nobita are carrying the name where Nancy will be the last survivor. He's trying to make sure to revive his teammate Bart. The glue walls will be wasted out. Abhishek will also be put to sleep, and here comes the end to Team Genesis. Vashishta Esports versus Team Godlike. It's a 1v2 situation where Autobots will come out of nowhere and shut Team Godlike down. This has been a blessing from disguise, where Team Vashishta Esports will survive and pick up fights against Autobots.
Look at the team surviving. It's Vasista Esports, 1+ God's Reign, and here starts the question. Autobots and Team Hind are here at the top 5. This tells you how serious they are fighting for qualification. Vasista Esports, a name that I did want to put in mind. I was confused between Aerobots and Nightmare, but it seems like Vasista Esports might have been the wiser decision, as they're looking to start off on a greater stance. I even like 1+ God's Reign. We are here in the top 5. The zone slowly moving in the other direction towards Mudsight. And Autobots, they have an enemy in disguise right above their roof as they're fighting off Vasista Esports. Vasista, they want to get closer. They're spawning the monster trucks and trying to have a crossover. But I'm pretty sure they've exhausted a lot of their resources, and that's the reason they're using everything in their backpack and trying to make it across. Finally, jump pads being used, and a nice jump. Nobody made it into the circle, and Vasista Esports take a big opportunity, jump across the containers, and now Team Hind and 1+ God's Reign in big trouble. Right behind them is going to be one Aiku Reckoning.
Well, Karma is the safest one right now, not interfering, not showing his presence, and 1+ God's Reign, they have to make a move. But before any moves, we do see Vashishta picking up fights against Autobots. Karma, who was on the safer side, will be spotted by Tiger, and Team Hind will get eliminated on 5th position. Though it was a good survival, without doubt, they got some placement points on their name. Last man Ronith is going in for the rush. Is it safe enough? That will still remain a question. No, we do have answers to it. He will be put to sleep. 3 teams, 4v, 4v3. If we talk about the compound, 1+ God's Reign are on the better stage.
1+ God's Reign, They've been tactical in picking up fights. They've been the only team who have always been in this southern region of the map. They've been holding that angle, denying teams from taking control over them. A lot of fights were taken. We even saw Nightmare trying to push across, but OnePlus God's Reign did not allow it. There might have been a couple of exchanges. OnePlus God's Reign looks like they're looking forward to a booyah. Aiku reckoning a team who ended on a big booyah yesterday are out. Ronit tried his best. And these top 3 teams trying their best on winning here in game 1 of Nextera, because they know how difficult towards the end it becomes on qualification. Irrespective it is Bermuda, things are starting on Nextera. It might get difficult, but it's time to act right now. And Autobots, it's finally time for them to push out of the compound. The zone's closing in. Kaushik trying to take shots. They're using the glue walls, but finally they might exhaust. Utilities on the spare and ready for OnePlus God's Reign, as this is the final action, Tanya.
Rivals will be introduced. Glue wall melters is everything that they are using to make sure that the teams start pushing and they start picking up some elimination points. 7 points already. Now OnePlus God's Reign are making the move, which is a little risky. They shouldn't have been the one to push it. The other side should have. But somehow the greed to have some extra elimination points is making sure that OnePlus God's Reign make this sort of a move. It's a 4v3 numbers advantage going in the favor of Team OnePlus God's Reign. But that is exactly where Vashishta Esports have got different plans. Melters are being used. Anshu trying to go for the flank. It is saving himself into the container now. The targets are changed. They're not fighting Autobots. Vashishta are the ones where they are keeping close eyes upon, going out of sight right now, but there's no way they can escape. There are no glue walls that are working. All the containers where Autobot Mysterious will make sure of to get some elimination points secured. Receiving end coming in from the side of OnePlus God's Reign. They get eliminated.
2v2 it is. Tiger Swaroop versus Mayank. Mysterious gets taken down. Oh, my bad. Patlu was still surviving. Now it's a 2v1 situation and Vasista Esports take down the last man. Secure a booyah. What a way for them to fight around these two teams. First they decided to fight on OnePlus God's Reign, made them a man down, and from there reunited with their teammates, while Patlu, he had almost gone for a flank which nobody understood. I thought Autobots had the best opportunity over there, but Patlu, he came out of the shadows at the nick of time to help his teammate in that 1v1 situation. And OnePlus God's Reign, who was scattered and busy with Autobots, finally had to pay dividends to Vasista Esports to get out of it. But Vasista Esports accepted nothing. They built them, they put them out of the lobby, and Vasista Esports take down Autobots towards the end and crown themselves a booyah in game 1. This was fantastic for them to be playing around. The way they held the grounds, the way they decided to rotate, they waited for the right timing, and I think everything fell in place. They played it right, they made things right, they banked on it right. And I was wondering, when they left the containers, right, Tanya, after they made the jump, gave that space to Autobots, I was wondering why did they do that? But that actually helped them, because they were on the edge and they did not have to be at center as Autobots were.
And Autobots, they were the center. They were picking up fights from nowhere to everywhere. And if you have a look at the final shot for this particular map of Nextera, Autobots came into the receiving end. Sure, they gave an end to OnePlus God's Reign, but there came the rush. Patlu, Tiger, Mayank, everybody just making a move, reducing it to 1v1 situation. But then it was all about the last man. How long have we survived when two stronger players were already on the hunt? Vashishta Esports grabbing the booyah, hoisting the flags on the map of Nextera. A good start for them, and if this is the momentum they are going to continue, I do believe that they will go ahead and qualify. But what we have to look at it is the game standings. How many points did they secure? How close is the competition? How closer is the buffer? How many more teams can still reach towards the top 3 position or top 6 to defy all odds and qualify towards the LAN?
Vasista Esports, this team, this is the reason yesterday I had their name in my predictions a lot of the times. The main reason is this is one team you can never predict on which map they grab a booyah. If you think their stronghold is on a particular map, there they mess up. And then next map, somewhere they've not shown really good stats, they pick up a booyah. And just like this, now I'm just backtracking. It doesn't seem to have Vasista Esports' name in Nextera maps anywhere as a booyah. And finally they secure it in such a tough and a needed manner where they want for qualification. And a total of 26 points. Trailing right behind them is Autobots at 17 points. OnePlus God's Reign at 16, Godlike at 14, Genesis at 11. But the teams who missed out insane at just 2. Nightmare, another big name at 2. John T Gaming still facing defeat at 3. Team Hind, they made up to 9 points, so they're not worried. Aerobots also did not have a good time, but had a really wonderful time. Is gonna be Tiger, the sniper coming in, the MVP for next era. And yes, as a Tiger, he was able to pounce using his AWM and get the eliminations.
Tiger is not the king of the jungle, but sure, Tiger turned out to be the king on the map of next era with the title MVP, which was a massive 7 elimination strong and 2880 worth of a damage. The perfect sniper skills. He was able to keep keen eye on every single player moving around and was also able to provide the cover fire required by the teammates. But we should also have a look at the teammates about how strong was he able to support to other teammates, or how stronger other teammates were to allow him to go ahead and go for the sniper shots and elimination points secured. Steffi, Skylar, Koda, Chrono. Understandable. More or less, Steffi made sure to reduce the damage with the graffiti art. Then came Chrono for the defensive side, Koda for the information, and Skylar was one thing that they were using in the state of aggression. No Oscar spotted, no Skylar, no Tatsuya spotted. Still they take away the booyah. And that's something great.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering when they were fighting around, and I did not see dashes from their end where OnePlus God's Reign, they did dash towards, I think it was Manish, who made a quick run to try and see if he could find an elimination. He did put down Yuno towards that final fight, and that is the reason Vasista Esports were 3 men towards that final fight in that 3v2 situation. While I thought it was a 2v2, Patlu was a little away from his teammates. But let's talk about himself. He has 1 elimination, but he has 2 knockdowns and 4 assists that he played a part for with 1244 damage. Tiger, major share we already spoke about, but along with him, it's also Swaroop. Look at that, 11 assists and 2000 damage. These 2 rushers have done just enough for Tiger, Patlu to pick up the frags and give their teammate this booyah.
Well, definitely. 1 elimination, sure, but then 2070 damage, which is more than Yuno and Patlu together. Let's have a look at the game summary, which is 63 eliminations, 89 knocks, and almost nearing to 50,000 worth of damage. But look at the longest shot, which is huge on the map of Next Era. 120 meters, 234 blue walls being destroyed. That is showing that not much of a hard compound being available, and only few revivals were made. That is indicative that teams are looking forward to entirely decimate instead of just allowing one player to escape and again revive the teammates. Next Era is already owned by one team, which is obviously Vasishta Esports, and now we'll have a look at the remaining maps for the day.
Next Era, and then we jump into Solara. This is where we said things are going to get spiced up. This is the masala that everybody needs. This is where your thought process of whatever you do in your pick'ems to decide, hey, these are the top 6. You guys in the chat also can put your top 6 of who's going to qualify. And I think that's becoming a big problem here. It's confusing. Right now, just as we saw John T Gaming's name missing in that top 6 in game number 1 standing, along with them Nightmare, another team who've risen up from that underdog status to a team to watch out for. And we saw them on Next Era. They were on hashtag too. I don't know what happened here. They picked up fights when they should have, but they didn't. They didn't bank on it. They waited far too long. Hind was the best opportunity. If they did take up that fight, I think their glimpses with Godlike could have gotten better or anybody else. They waited for far too long. And Hind, they ended up making up a lot of points. And then after Solara, if I don't see these teams again finding a lot of frags, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be Purgatory. Now again, yes, Purgatory gives us towards that used to experience map, but when you're coming up from defeats on Next Era and Solara, going to Purgatory, you will not have your morale super high. And I think teams, if they are able to have that reset button, a lot of teams towards that bottom, they should do it now, Tanya. If they don't, I think Purgatory is going to be a downfall, and from there on, we'll almost get our top 4 at least. 5 and 6 is something that we'll wait and watch.
Yeah, definitely. We will keep a close eye on 5th and 6th position, because that is exactly where the teams will be eyeing upon if they are in the latter half of the leaderboard. But what are the teams to watch out for on the map of Solara? IQ Reckoning, they were strong enough for Next Era as well, but then they choked to the blue zone. OnePlus God's Reign again being spotted in top 3 picks, and Godlike as well. OnePlus God's Reign, one wrong decision of pushing against Team Autobots is everything that gave Vasishta Esports esports to win that booyah. Somehow they should have shown a little bit of patience, which did not reap much of rewards over here with the aggression that they showed. But one map is already down and out. Let's talk about Solara right now. What do you think? Any of the three teams mentioned on the screen will take away the booyah, or it will be some random team apart from these three?
I mean, it should be one of them. OnePlus Gods Reign were also closer. If you see in Next Era, they almost had the booyah, but the fight they picked up, I think Autobots did not give them a fight immediately, and they were like, hey, they're not coming towards us, the zone is closing, let's go towards Autobots. They decided to pick up a fight, and Vasista Esports made a late entry, and therefore OnePlus Gods Reign missed out their opportunity. So here, while we are discussing about the preferred drop spots, you can see OnePlus Gods Reign do have an opportunity. They can go for a easy loot at Eco Drain, and from there on move towards either Bloomtown or TV Tower, one of the hotspots that we are seeing already, with contention between Team Hind, Nightmare, Godlike, on the other end Aerobots, Autobots and NG Silver Eagle just below TV Tower at Casa Vista, but everybody else on their own spot. So I think somewhere towards these Bloomtown, Archway, TV Tower and Casa Vista, maybe even Studio, we might see the early fights coming through, Tanya, because these teams need points now, especially Nightmare, Jaunty Gaming, Aerobots, NG Silver Eagle, even Insane Esports. That was not an opening game that anybody would have wanted, and of all the teams, it has to be NG Silver Eagle. Imagine, they just went out super duper early, but there's still one more surprising thing. I'm just again taking a look at the standing. NG Silver Eagle managed to end up at the 9th spot with 3 eliminations, whereas Insane have only 1. Let's take a look at our predictions and then decipher what might happen of what we have thought. And I've gone for Godlike again. Missed out, as you rightfully said. Fight with Vasista Esports did not pay heed to that circle, and Godlike managed to crumble. Ico Reckoning, similar thing, did not move into the circle at the right time. Aerobots as well took up that fight with Godlike and eventually got eliminated.
Godlike, we both have got one common name, but I've chosen Genesis because this time it's going to be all about survival. And on this particular map of Solara, they have shown the survival instinct, right? And today, all they have to do is capitalize on elimination points. If they are able to bring in the mix, they should be spotted in top 3. And Nightmare Esports, they have to bring in the momentum. They did it right for the starter pack, but then during the middle circle is exactly where the teams are crumbling down. They're neither able to go back nor able to go ahead and give a good rotation. They're just choking 3 teams in one small compound, and it's all a lot of messy chaos happening. So that is where Aerobots as well as Godlike got eliminated. And this time I do feel if they go a little scattered rather going in one small compound, they should be able to revive their teammates, because Solara is going to bring in a lot more energy with sort of a different rotations provided, which is tracks. Who is going to drop on which station? That time will show us, but right now we are going to sit tight in the flight of the map of Solara for Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. It's the last day of league stage and the second map.
Starts from the hub, ends at Aquarium. Teams already dropping. Vasista Esports, they don't seem to have any fights. Insane on the other end, very close to Genesis. On the other end, TV Tower, it seems to be a cluster. Nobody on the fights with Godlike at Bloomtown, which we thought might happen. OnePlus Gods Reign already going to Eco Drain. We spoke about this. And it seems like the cluster moved away from TV Tower as soon as a team was spotted. Nightmare taking a quick shift and going way further, all the way towards Windmill. Reckoning moving towards Delta Isle. Aerobots at Bayside. Hind at Casa Vista. And NG Silver Eagle at Aquarium. Looking at the map in its entirety, it seems like there could be a little bit of a early fight only with one player from Vasista Esports, Patlu, who has gone a little further from his teammates to loot. But other than that, I think it's only Autobots and Team Hind. Every other team will concentrate on looting in this early game.
And this is one of the maps where not each and every team is ready for the fights, except for Patlu, who made sure to go ahead and jump a little differently from other teammates. Obviously, loot being the vital criteria here, where Nightmare might be able to bag 1 elimination points without a doubt. But will Patlu allow it? That we will have to wait, because he's going to go ahead, use the sliders and go towards the next station. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You can immediately go in on the move, create some escape plans, and Patlu being smart enough to escape that battle.
The bots, a team, I think, has one caster making a prediction to qualify into the top 6. And they did make it almost to the top 4. Sorry, they did make it to the top 3, not just top 4. Did not grab that booyah, but that confidence should be enough for them, Tanya, to push even further. They did spot the player of Team Hind. This is what we said, close to each other at TV Tower and Casa Vista. But godlike, they're quickly rotating. It seems like again they're prioritizing the center. Jaunty Gaming in the meanwhile, seems like they've made a push towards Echo Drain and they are picking up a fight with 1+ God's Drain and 1+ God's Drain. They seem to be quickly rotating out of here. And it seems like they do not want an early fight. None of these teams as of now are inclining for an early fight. Everybody is trying to make a move. But Aiko Reckoning, they make a jump at Windmill and now troubling Nightmare. They've already had an upset of a game in game 1. 2 players down. Rochak trying his best to survive, but he's getting surrounded in all directions. Makes a quick run, but it's not going to be enough. Rochak is taken down. The last man standing, Radhe Thakur, right at the nick of time, decided to cut this fight, make a quick run, and he will be reviving his teammates. But look at this, Reckoning put a hit list on him. Radhe Thakur is in big trouble. Wherever he is, he'll be spotted on the map for Aiko Reckoning.
Look at it. He is definitely escaping this battle, but for how long? I mean, you're never safe right now. You don't have much amount of loot. You don't have enough tokens to bring in your teammates back. But I don't know, somehow the starter fight coming in from the side of Nightmare, from the other side, obviously, they look pretty confident about it, that if we push, if we aggress, we are going to win it. And once again, we do see that Silver Eagles are up against one solo player. They just survived one battle and 2 players is everything that they are left with, and if he picks up fight again, it will be all down to Rochak. Will he be able to survive? Because Silver Eagles have got the information on Delta Isle that the player is spotted. They are also trying to connect some shots. They are missing. That's a different criteria, but Rochak has to do something strong and bring in the team back.
There's another hit list on Godlike now. Aerobots and Autobots fight at Aquarium. Aerobots, they have not had a good start like how Autobots did in the top 3. Sohail spotted. And you can see so many teams not deciding for an early fight. This is all regards to qualification. But on the other hand, Aerobots, while they were busy picking up an elimination, their player got eliminated by 1+ God's Reign. They're on the trail from Bayside. Now they're moving towards Aquarium, trying to spot players and get them eliminated. But right now a full-on push with Team Hind in trouble and getting eliminated. Vasista Esports, their danger is not yet done. While they did convert this fight in a jiffy against Team Hind, Godlike have spotted that. They're making a quick jump. Tiger is already making a run for it. Patlu and left to survival on their own. Tiger knows this could not be done. He has to give this fight up. Godlike have the numbers, better util, better health.
They're going in, they're pushing in, they want to make sure they get those elimination points. They decimate Nightmare Esports, a tough competition to qualify. Here we go, the shots being connected, not strong enough to get the knocker, and there is a fight of survival. Patlu using the vehicle, sometimes it's the track, sometimes it's the car. It's all about the escape plan that Patlu has. Banks in for the team, but right now Team Godlike already with 6 elimination points. Eco will be revived without a doubt. They have enough tokens. Aerobots is also in the midst of a fight against them. It's going to be Manish. No, it's Rochak again. Nightmare is back on foot.
This is trouble. 1+ God's Reign. This is the game that I saw them turning a page in our league stage. Again, this is the, sorry, not the league stage, online qualifiers. This team back then here on Solara, they were the highest fragging team, and so far, right as now, they are the elimination leaders in the lobby with 5 total eliminations. Right behind them is Aiko Reckoning. All the teams who did not have a great game 1, they are now turning things around. Even NG Silver Eagle, they already have 3 eliminations. This is what they had in our previous game 1 of Nextera. Now also, they already have 3 eliminations. Insane, sitting at 0. Team Hind getting an early elimination with no points. This is going to be problematic. Every game counts. Yes, we say top 6. As you said, qualification has broadened right now compared to the top 2 that we had every week, every day of the week. But right now on this final day of qualification, it is top 6. The numbers might seem like it's higher, but the difficulty, it's gone up another level, because every week we are seeing the level of the competition, the way these teams are fighting. None of the teams have been very consistent.
everybody is trying to create a strategy that should be easier to play, that should be easier to win. But what is Jaunty up to? Jaunty Gaming are already on the verge of picking up some fights, and they're able to get one shot. Kunal connecting the shot, and Predator will manage to escape. They secure 1 elimination points for sure. They have vehicles. Now, it's not the time to hold the compound. They're using the vehicles for rotations. They are chasing in against each and every opponent to get that 1 elimination points. Predator using the grenade. Will he be able to survive? What the hell? He connects the damage with the grenade, and then the perfect pixelated shot. Right now, 1+ God's Rain on the receiving end. He cooked the grenade low, and Shotgun is the dirty dealer here. Is going to do the deed. And an end to Predator.
If Predator managed to pull that off, that would be mind-boggling. I think that's... He shouldn't have even gotten one there, but now Manish trying to flee away. It's not going to be easy. Jaunty Gaming, they need every elimination. Game number 1 was not at all good for them. But Godlike, they also know they want a lot more. They're in a compound with Genesis. Yogi trying to provide cover fire. He spotted them on the upper floor, but it's Nobita who falls first. And it's trouble for Godlike. Another going down. Confirmation coming through. Nancy is out. Yogi, can he save anything here for Godlike? He is also down. Godlike in big trouble. Eco making a quick run. He's using the zipway. But there is Team Insane on the other end for the receiving. If Godlike don't make it out, they're going to be one of the next teams to be eliminated. Yogi, he somehow managed to make a run. Genesis on the other end. What a fight they were able to fend off on Godlike. And this is why Genesis are a team. We know they can frag out, but they just play for survival. They account on survival. And today, they're turning that switch to fighting.
And that is the exact need for them to qualify. Sure, they are surviving strong. Sure, they are making that 4 players are intact up to 4th or 3rd circle maybe. But then what? You have to pick some fights. And right now they picked the fight against one of the strongest team of the league stages. 1+ God's Rain. They made sure that they just evacuated one solo survivor, the flag bearer for the team. Will he get the opportunity to revive the teammates? Because we both chose the team to take away the booyah is going to be Godlike. Sure, on the 2nd position, I did place Genesis. But that doesn't mean position 1 is to be the first target for them. And if they manage to do so, that's going to be even more interesting. Yogi successfully revives Nobita and the launch pad. Itazo, no, he missed it.
Yeah, the height on, he placed it right under the zipway, so a little difficulty in crossing across, but now they do make it across and right towards NG Silver Eagle and another team, Insane. Genesis, their playstyle, their aggression, everything's working out, Tanya. I think this is one of the best way Genesis could actually qualify. A couple of our casters on different desks did take up their name, and this tells us why. Godlike, their decision of kind of inclining away from the circle might have costed them. Somehow Yogi, after he got revived, he is now reviving his teammates Eco and Nobita. They'll be looking forward to Creds and then reviving his teammates. But the circle we just spotted, it is NG Silver Eagle almost at the center with Genesis, both of them right next to each other.
Nobody is safe. They are very close. Only there's one wall that is giving them cover, one ridge, and circle takes a shift. Now here comes the advantage for Team Autobots, Genesis, Team Insane, IQ Reckoning and Aerobots. 1+ God's Rain are making the move on the Delta Isle, where 3 teams are already there. Vashishta Esports and Jaunty Gaming on the course have decided to go towards the edge of the edge of the circle. A safe place, but already have been there. Team Godlike is also looking like they are cooking something, but are they cooking good plans? They managed to hold a compound which was made sure to get evacuated in blink of a second. But talking about few seconds, Jaunty Gaming was the first one to enter the edge of the circle, and now 1+ God's Rain with that sort of a rotation all the way on the other side of the riverbank are delivering a lot of damage. Kunal will be revived. Jarvis yet to be revived. Sure, he's back. A lot of blue walls used. Jaunty Gaming are the first targets for Team 1+ God's Rain, and they are not going to allow them to revive at all. One after the other. Elimination points now being secured.
Vashishta Esports at the edges, I can see them on the map. They want to rotate out, but they're seeing that 1+ God's Rain is pummeling with bullets on Jaunty Gaming, and if they try to cross over, it's going to be difficult. And Swaroop, He gets eliminated by the play zone. And now Nightmare, they're going to have a good day. 1+ God's Reign quickly rotating out. Tiger gets spotted, the man who was behind that safe zone, trying to tank up damage and wait for 1+ God's Reign to finish off the fight. Jaunty Gaming right at the edge of the circle. This is looking tough. While this is happening, the team at the center, NG Silver Eagle, now in difficulty because right next to them is Genesis and even Ico Reckoning. They've spotted them out and it is going to be trouble. Ico Reckoning, they need to conclude this fight because the circle, for now they have control, but eventually it is going to shift and they might not be inside it. NG Silver Eagles, they have a better spot, but NG Silver Eagle, seems like Ico Reckoning are not taking a fight with them as Godlike are busy and they've made a lot of sound, and that is a distraction for Ico Reckoning. It's Team Insane under fire and trouble, and Ico Reckoning are slowly moving towards this as Godlike are picking up eliminations.
And that is everything that they have to do. Not just hold compound and watch other teams fight. These are the fighters built in tough time right now, and the need to be qualified towards the LAN. That is everything that they are fighting for. On the course, Jaunty Gaming just got eliminated by Team 1+ God's Reign. 2-3 teams already out. As soon as I say that, here comes the third one. Team Insane is shut by Team Godlike. Silver Eagles are doing pretty good, holding a good compound, having a good position, and they are being spotted, but there's nobody who is aggressing against them. As soon as I say that, Ico Reckoning are picking up fight against Godlike, and they just showed their presence. It wasn't about getting some elimination points, but who's trying to get those elimination points? It is Aerobots this time.
Aerobots, not a good game 1, game 2 to be better, but they have only 3 eliminations and they've lost the player. Nowhere close to a revival, but they've spotted a team who are stuck behind a bus. That should be big number of eliminations. 1+ God's Reign, they cannot move down the road. They have to find another way across. But finding a way across for qualification is Ico Reckoning fighting with Godlike. This is the fight we spoke about. They did not take upon NG Silver Eagle, rather moved out of it. But 1+ God's Reign, they made a jump and they've dived between Genesis Crosshair and Genesis. They picked them off one by one, and that is an end for 1+ God's Reign. Unfortunate move that they made.
Long range battles are taken. Silver Eagle Sony spotted a perfect way to not only gatekeep but also get some elimination points with just one fence down. Godlike versus Ico Reckoning, the most awaited fight is already here. Flamethrowers will be used, player down and out. Yogi will be able to take down Sohan, and Autobots in the course will be eliminated. Team Godlike now making a move. Sohan got enough time to get revived. Will Zone allow him to make that move? Yes, indeed they do. They are all getting towards the center of the circle where Ronith is all set and ready to pick up fights against Genesis.
Genesis, unfortunate, they're in tough spot because of the zone. They have to take this fight, move ahead, but Ico Reckoning, they're stopping them, stalling them. In the meanwhile, Nightmare causing trouble for Godlike. They had the circle and they put an end to Godlike Esports. A top 4 teams, Ico Reckoning and Genesis, close to each other in a 4v3, whereas Nightmare, converting a big game for themselves, have all their 4 players waiting to welcome others in the circle. And the circle right now, only 1 player of Aerobots with a lot of Nightmare's players. Ico Reckoning, slowly they have to get out of the compound. They're in trouble. First opening, Waters down. Genesis making a push, and that's an end. That is an end for Ico Reckoning. Genesis trying to convert, but Nightmare, they have their address, they have their phone number, they have their direct possession on the map, and they're not gonna let them walk out alive. And Nightmare, they get their booyah. What a turnaround coming in from the team who are ready to break the dreams.
What a way to end the map of Solara. Entire chaos in the final circle where teams like Ico Reckoning just trying to survive. They weren't allowed to. And talking of which, Team Godlike gave it all their best, but then Genesis put it harder and made it easier for Team Nightmare Esports to go ahead and grab that booyah, because all the heavy lifting was done by Genesis. All the competition was cut down by Genesis, but then Nightmare Esports just turned the table and snatch away the booyah.
That feels awful for Genesis. A lot of heavy lifting. yesterday, if you flip this story, like how Nightmare were waiting, it was Genesis who were waiting, and they were witnessing all the action that was happening, and eventually, yes, Genesis did not get that booyah, but still, they managed to make it to the top 2. A lot of points they managed to score. Today, they were high on aggression. What a wonderful fight. They were able to stall, put a lot of teams down. NG Silver Eagle, Aiko Reckoning caused trouble for a little bit of Godlike. A lot of teams on the Eastern Frontier, and they did a little similar in that fight on Purgatory as well yesterday. But unfortunate that circle, the zone, maybe if they decided to let Aiko Reckoning be in that spot, stuck in the compound, things could have turned around. But today, the same thing that Aiko Reckoning did with nades was one of the reasons was the downfall and their elimination. But let's take a look at that final shot coming through. Nightmare Esports waited for the opportunity, eliminated everybody. First it was Godlike, one player from Aerobots coming up next. Even in the while of that fight that was happening, they made sure that they kept an eye on Genesis. If they spotted a little glimpse, look at that edge. Radhe Thakur, Rochak did not allow anybody, and Kid 26 already so aggressive goes in, gets the final seal the deal.
Oh, what a nice way to end it. Rochak definitely brought in whatever the best he could to the team, and sure, they did not only get the booyah but got some handsome amount of elimination points secured before gaining that booyah on their name. Kid 26, Arjun 04, Rochak and Radhe Thakur naming themselves at Nightmare, and they're going to make sure that they are giving nightmares to several teams today. If this is the way, they're going to go ahead and perform. We will also have a look at the game standings. That is going to bring us a little closer look about the performances of each and every team.
Genesis, a total of whooping 24 total points is what they have, and mind you, they are not the team with the booyah. It's the eliminations, and today we spoke about this, that Genesis, if they want to qualify, they have to flip the switch and they have to be on aggression, not on survival, and they're rightfully doing it. So Nightmare Esports followed by them with 10 only eliminations because they played on survival, they played on position. Then was Aiko Reckoning. I think the fight that decided to move towards Godlike, if they would have actually tuned into the fight with NG Silver Eagle, eventually they would have met with Genesis and the fight would have concluded very early on, and maybe Aiko Reckoning would have had enough space. Godlike coming in next. Great start, but towards the end there were just too many teams around them and they couldn't do much. Aiko Reckoning being the first to push them into an awful spot. Aerobots, again, not a great game coming through, but still okay because of their placement points. But a team to be surprised and worried. Again, back-to-back Team Hind. They did miss out, but they're not the team that I'm talking about. They're at the 12th, yes, but Jaunty Gaming, first game 3 points and here just 4.
Yeah, that is a little more concerning. If we had the overall scorecard, that would bring us to a better picture about which teams are already on the verge towards qualifying or are already making a move towards qualification, and which are the teams who are going to struggle hard. If you have a look at the entire scoreboard, Genesis are on number 1. They are making their way towards top of the leaderboard with the place tied on the map of Solara, which we just witnessed. And sure, did not get a booyah, doesn't matter. They have got the firepower secured. They have got 23 eliminations. Vashishta nearing with 32 points. Godlike Esports 28 as well. If you look at the scoreboard, I mean, the competition is still on. With 2 maps today, there's nothing that we can clearly mention. Yeah, this team has already secured their position strongly. The competition of being pulled down or maybe get a ladder up the scale, that is either ways, up and down, anything can happen, and that is the day, that is the final day that we all are waiting for.
Right now waiting to see the final game, which is going to end up on Bermuda, but the pressure raking up on Team Insane Hind, the Jaunty Gaming, NG Silver Eagle are super high, and also Aerobots, they might be at 18, they're not at single digit, but trouble when players like this are MVP and they're finding value. It is going to be Rochak, and he was on his full on form of Rochak today with 4 eliminations, 1488 damage, assists of 2, wielding the Oscar, running around as quick and fast as possible and very much necessary. Also, as the healer, the Thiva says it, giving in quick revives for his teammates as well as tanking that damage with the help of Ford on the safe zone. This is very much necessary when you play these roles for your teammates, and I think Rochak did just too good. Made sure he played behind, and while his teammates go ahead, helped out. Let's take a look at their teammates as well right up on your screens.
It is a very aggressive build of characters over here. Tatsuya, Skylar, and Oscar, all three in one team that has shown a total of aggression. And talking of Radhe Thakur, obviously being a bomber, he needs that defense system secured. That is why we do spot a chrono. But if we have a look entirely about the character abilities, we have to say that the aggressive characters that they have picked, the aggression was not so imminent. But anyway, taking away the Booyah is everything that they needed. But Prochak with 4 elimination points, followed with which Arjun 3, 2 for Cade and 1 for Radhe Thakur. And damage is equally distributed. We wouldn't say that one player has done a lot of heavy lifting, because we'll also give a count on the assists, number of knockdowns. It was a teamwork to go ahead and grab this Booyah.
And I really like how widespread this is. We spoke about their survival, but it was banking upon each other. The damage says that, yes, they don't have high damages, but that tells us in terms of the knockdowns they share, the assists they share, the eliminations they also share. But starting off here in Solara to speak about, this was not a high-scoring game. This was a very consolidated, fine-tuned game where teams were reading each other on how the fights were concluding, where the positions were. But here's the, I think, switcheroo or the twist in this qualification, that none of these maps are repeating. So how much ever you try to understand is not going to be enough. 45,000 damage is just above average. Total knocks at 91, 68 eliminations. I think we have to now start seeing high-scoring elimination games, because that's where either points are coming into a lot of teams or points are going to be missed, Tanya. And I think teams have to force points right as now. If it becomes a low scoring game, teams have to look forward to the topmost teams who are grabbing points. If it becomes a high scoring game, then they need to make sure that they keep reviving their players. Yes, certain times a benefit for other teams, but if you're able to rake up that points back, whichever you give, it will be an advantage. But we'll take a look at all of this right after a short break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be purgatory and a decision to see right at the halfway mark who's going to be sitting at the tippity top. First, Vasista Esports. Second, Nightmare Esports. Next, who? Welcome back to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is Tanya. And this is the major question. Who is going to get the next booyah? And that's what we are looking forward to, because there is one big name, John T Gaming, not having a great start at all, Tanya.
Not having a booyah doesn't matter to one team, that is going to be Team Genesis, who is on number 1 of leaderboard without even any booyah on their name. Talking of it, John T Gaming that you're bringing in, sure, with only 7 points after 2 big maps already done and dusted. I do believe that they have to bring in their ace game. If they don't, they might not get qualified, and which would bring a good room of opportunity for other teams. But then team like John T Gaming, one of the biggest gun in the 12 teams participating today, not being able to qualify, not being able to perform. It's not that they're not trying. They are going in for some aggressive pushes. They are going in for some play sets, going all the way through the zone, stacking up some zone damage, trying to get some elimination points. Nothing is working. They have to make sure something works for them.
Yeah, I'm worried for John T Gaming in terms of who is going to pick up this mantle, right? Who's going to take up the responsibility from their end? I think we did speak about Vincent in our very early on head-to-head in terms of the players. And from there on, we thought it should be Vincent making a run. But unfortunately, it's not been the case. And I think this is now somewhere down the line trickling. Even now that I take a look at the overall player stats, Vincent is looking good. But it cannot be only Vincent. Slowly, I think we just saw Kunal in the previous game, Ginotra a little while ago. But it's been like speckle of their performances have been seemed really well only by individuals in a given day, not together as a team. And this is a complaint that we did have for Godlike as well, and we had for NG Pros. And NG Pros yesterday played amazingly and played as a team, and therefore they managed to qualify. And let's see if today John T Gaming, as they're sitting at teams to watch out for in #2, can they pick up that? Can they make sure they make a big change here? Find a way to play together as a team rather than individuals. Every time they take up a fight, it is, again, look at when they're taking a fight, they are together, but they're not taking a fight together at one particular team. They're looking at in two different directions and taking a fight or making a run.
Well, now this is the map of Purgatory, Lucifer. So I do believe always unique stories are written on this map, and we do believe that John T Gaming, spotted on the teams to watch out for, should be able to bring in some good stories for themselves in terms of bringing their name in top 6. It looks a little tough. I wouldn't call it little. It's very, very tough with the way other teams are performing. OnePlus God's Ring on number 1 position from the teams to watch out for. Sure, they are performing good. Going for the late rotations is something that they are being punished for. So this time, if they are landing in the center of the circuit, holding is everything that they want. But Aerobots here, highest number of booyahs on their name. And talking of elimination, sure, they are giving whatever best they can probably give. These are the 3 teams to watch out for. But where are they going to drop? Their Team Insane going towards Moat House, all safe, do not want to have an early fight. Same goes for Team Godlike, but Ski Lodge looks overpopulated. 3 teams, one of which is IQ Reckoning, Genesis, second and third being John T Gaming, feels to be owned by Team Aerobots Brasilia, the only solo owner of the biggest compound on the map of Purgatory and Western Island. Well, I would want you to shed light over it, because I see 5 teams there.
It seems to be an all-out brawl if that actually happens. I'm predicting that will not be. Team Hind, Autobots, Nightmare, NG Silver Eagle and Vasista. Vasista might not change their draw, but everybody else, either Team Hind, Autobots, Nightmare or NG Silver Eagle have to. Because that area, the southern end of it, Central, Fire Brigade are all empty. And if this fight actually takes place, Nightmare slowly have climbed up. They got their booyah, so they might feel okayish, but they're not at the safe spot. After seeing that overall standing after game 2 ended, they're at that 6th spot. That is the brink of elimination. That is the edge of where if you lose a game, you're out. And Nightmare, mind you, that is the reason they got eliminated yesterday, did not qualify. Let's quickly talk about the casters. As prediction, what are the casters' prediction? Right in front of your screens is going to be me taking on Vasista Esports along with Tanya. It seems to be almost all same names, just a switcheroo in position, except for Vasista Esports. Our others are #2 and 3 have been switched out. It's OnePlus God's Reign and IQ Reckoning. And I think one light on IQ Reckoning as well. Their fights are looking good, but it is not the right fight towards the end. And I feel like that's somewhere they're missing to get to the top fights.
Yeah, that is a major miss because they are bringing in best rotations. They also hold a good compound. Their zone prediction is always on point. Not to mention the first map, sure, they were choked with 3 different directions. One side they had zone, but somehow they do read the zone pretty precisely. But Vashishta Esports, now that's a strong pick from both of our sides because they have been good on the map of Purgatory. Sure, not being spotted on the top 3 teams to watch out for, but their play style, their skills, that is something that they are going to bring in the spotlight towards them. Well, for that, they have to go in for an early brawl. If they're going for the safe play, I do believe that Vashishta might not be able to take away the Booyah.
Now that Western Island that we already saw seemed like a cluster,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure once teams start looking at others taking a drop, they will eventually turn into another direction, look forward to a better spot, loot, because Purgatory, this is where we are reaching the halfway mark. This is when teams have to understand the status, the weightage, all of it are going to bank on this. If they don't have a game here and they're already at the bottom, I think it's time for them to conclude their journey here in FFMIC 2025. I might be too brash on them, I might be too harsh at this point, but I think that's how this lobby is turning out to be, right? Nobody's sparing each other. Everybody's looking forward to points because this is where it counts. You're going to be playing in a LAN in front of everybody and you'll be called the best 12 teams of India, and the fighting, the grill that you're going under, the pressure you are is going to be at the highest. The temperature of that oven is going to be soaring past 300 or 400, 500. You cannot count it. And I feel slowly that heat is being felt by every team. Irrespective they're an experienced team, they have always managed to qualify, or it's an underdog team. Whoever is playing best on it, they are the ones who are making the best in terms of qualification and points, Tanya.
The pressure makes the diamonds, right? And right now the pressure is high. Let's see who is going to be the shiniest diamond out of all 48 players participating in this map of Purgatory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the map where the new stories are usually written and the tracks are always changed. This is Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. It is the third map and it is semi-decisive about which teams are sure shot going to qualify. Talking of flight path, looks pretty clean, and the drop points should not be the cause of concern, but switch of drop points is surely a concern. Team Godlike is already down on crossroads. No, they're all slimming away. They are not looking forward to landing early on. Want to keep it as easy and safe possible, but nothing is safe over here, not even a single elimination point.
As we did think about it, teams from Western Island will move towards the southern. We can see NG Silver Eagles. However, they're both together with Nightmare, a team who just got the Booyah, dropping down at Central. But there's a big cluster as well towards the fields, as you can see. Hind, the Aero Bots, Aiku, Reckoning. And in the mix, there could be Genesis and 1+ God's Reign. 1+ God's Reign wanted Brasilia for themselves, but it seems like it's time for contention from the current lobby as well as overall standing leaders. That's Genesis.
1+ God's Reign, they thought that we are the owners of Brasilia and nobody can hop in over here. But as soon as the drop points are spotted, we do see an early brawl. But before that, on the grounds of Central, whoa, Autobots is already initiated up against Vashishta Esports, got one elimination secured. Where is that fight happening? It's on the Western land. Marble Works is totally contested by Autobots, and southern side of the Western map near to Golf Course is owned by Vashishta Esports. Sure shot, a strong opportunity to go ahead and give revive to your teammate, but look at the flank with the vehicle from Mayank. He's trying to tank in all the information, relaying it towards the teammates, and maybe then execute as and when needed. Talking of execution, Central is somewhere, fights is already on. Arjun taking down Ayush.
And that's confirmed. NG Silver Eagles, this is the information Nightmare were waiting for, and look at how quickly, rapidly they're charging. NG Silver Eagles, it's time to cut and make a quick getaway, and that's what they're doing right at the riverbed. They're running. They're trying to go for a savior, but Team Hind and Insane, a 1v1 fight, and eventually Karma, his teammate, reinforcement coming in. But it's a little too late for that to happen, and Hacker gets that elimination and will be quickly making a run. But no, wait, there's another player. And no, Sid makes the mistake. He revives Karma while giving away his elimination point, and Hacker, is he going to use this as bait one after another? And Team Hind, will they allow this to happen? And finally, it seems like Aaron, He's getting closer towards Hacker, but Sallu, he also gets information that the player who got revived, he's dropped down closer to me. Let's all move towards this. And this is all happening towards Moat House. And problem for Team Hind right at the get-go. The first team to be eliminated in Solara. Seems like they could be another team once again to be eliminated first, as Jaguars also put down one last survivor for Team Hind, and that's Abbai. Will they use a hit list to find him out?
Hit list, where is he hiding? Hit list should be able to give some answers, but before that, Nightmare have got some different targets. They have got Silver Eagles on the crosshair leg, so will be spotted, taken down, and elimination secured. Arjun is doing a very good job, but he has to make sure he survives until the end. If you have a look at the circle right now, Lucifer, it's very safe. All three islands, inclusive rotation, should not be the problem, but look at Lumberyard. A lot of problems to be spotted over here. Upper grounds to be contested. Whoa! What was that shot? A glimpse and saw me down, and also being confirmed. It was a good connection coming in from the side of Jaunty Gaming.
This is a crucial game, and look at that. That one shot was enough to fend off the Eagles. They were sent off. They backed away. UAV used to check again if anybody is close by. And Jaunty Gaming will have a safe spot. On the other end, Abhay, who was safe and sound, revived his players. And same goes for the storyline for NG Silver Eagles. Jord, as you can see, he is somewhere in the mix between another team at campsite. His teammate Lexos, way at the southern end of the circle. 1+ God's Reign now taken over on Central, and Nightmare, they've actually made a move to get towards the center of the circle. While Godlike, they've made a move towards the western island and now taking a fight on Autobots. A team who made it to the top 3. They were fighting, looking like now going out too early. Sohail spotted another of his teammate, also took a launch pad to get away. But it seems like those two players will be able to make a run away from Arsenal. But Yogi, wait, he's trailing him. Sohail might be in trouble. Confirmation on Mysterious. Godlike, they are looking forward to go full aggressive here in Purgatory. And this is a map of full aggression.
And Sohail is trying to make sure to survive. Be the flag bearer, be the torch bearer. Yogi making sure of he doesn't survive. Skylar's Riptide Rhythm was used. Blue wall again being deployed. Sohail trying to survive for as long as possible. And here comes the end. Sure, the team is still in the lobby, but there's only one player around. Where is he hiding? That is exactly where we have to predict, and it's going to be the round of Central. Near to the revival zone, he made sure to bring in Mysterious back on the lobby. Nightmare Esports, a squad strong team. Arjun playing the best, having the good angle, good direction, and also good control over vending machine. It's Aerobots who are nearing to them. Are they aware about it? Are they prepared for the battle which is about to be proved? Because information is already relayed, and they are taking it as slow as possible. They are not rushing anything.
Crucial game for Aerobots if they want to make a climb. Game 3, this is the halfway mark. And Team Insane, they make a jump. Now Aerobots, this is like targets right in front of them. Information relayed by Sham OP. Aerobots, do they charge upon? And you can clearly see intentions coming in from every team. They want the center area, which is right now around Brasilia compounds. Because in Free Fire Max, towards the end circles, we end up seeing the center of the map being there. So you can still manage to make your move, survive, and then find that opportunity to be in the top 4, which gives you a lot of placement points and opportunities for third-party eliminations. Insane, they rather did not take up a fight. Even they knew that there was a team spotting them. They make a quick run from the smaller compounds to a bigger building. And Aerobots, they're also doing that. They understand that a lot of teams would be coming across the bridge, and that should be their scouting area from where they can pick up a lot. They go for the airdrop first, and from there on, they'll head closer to where Nightmare are thinking to be the guardians of the bridge.
Well, the guardian of the circle, where is it going to take a shift? And it was the southern shift, which was massive. Brasilia to be denied. Southern Island contested by most of the teams. Jaunty Gaming, 1+ God's Reign, Team Hind, Autobots, Godlike, Nightmare. Everybody are safe. And the team Genesis, who thought they were playing on the edge of the circle, are now going to make a move towards the center of the circle. But before that, Team Godlike are on the receiving end. Autobots have got all the information. Mayak will be spotted. Grenade launcher coming into the action, and the biggest fire brigade compound that was held strong by Autobots. Now it's all about getting eliminated.
Whoa.
Smack running for life and running for some placement points. Nightmare will also hop in this battle. They also want some elimination points.
It is against Godlike, a big team, but Godlike you can see making a quick getaway. They understand that this is not a calculated fight. Maybe against Autobots it was, but against Nightmare, no. And they want to get this away. Mac is hidden behind a rock, but Arjun, I think he has complete idea of it. That's why he's taking his step one after another, very cautionary. But finally he will be spotted and eliminated. Aerobots, in the meanwhile, they're fighting with Team Insane. And Aerobots have surrounded Insane. This is the fight that we even spoke about. The information was there, but Insane, they decided to run away. But Aerobots kept chasing them. But Aerobots, they have to finish this fight now. They don't have enough time. Genesis, the team who always play at the edges of the circle, and when they enter, they conclude all the fights in front of them, convert them. But look at what has happened. It seems like third partied in various different directions. Godlike, who managed to make a jump, they came in fire from John T and Aiko Reckoning, and now are out of the lobby, and the first few teams to be out.
Well, if you talk about being out, there are two teams still out of the circle. Team Hind and Silver Eagles. Karma once again trying to hold on to get some placement points, and Silver Eagles just walked through. They are not aware about the information that the campsite was owned by Team Hind, and now leaving a vending machine open, a room of opportunity for Karma to bring in players back. Southern Island, highly populated mainland with only two teams, Aerobots versus Genesis, and they are not initiating fight. Everybody is taking a breather because they know the storm is yet to come and they have to survive it, and revival points are getting closed before that Karma has reached to go ahead, bring back that team. Team Hind will again join in the lobby, being spot strong, but here Silver Eagles are going to be pinned down by Ronit.
When we saw the teams prefer drop spot, the Southern Island was completely left. No teams intended to, while they did eventually drop here, but now you can see the circle moving towards the Southern Island itself. Aiko Reckoning, they had already found eliminations on NG Silver Eagle. Now they want to eliminate the whole squad. The car gone to dust. There's nothing much they can use to rotate, and Aiko Reckoning, now they're charging upon. They go for a push, launch pad at the right time. Can they land any bullets on the Eagles? Put them, clip their wings. No, they can't. With a mere slither of an HP, NG Silver Eagle, one of the players managed to make a runaway. But across the road, Jaunty Gaming, through the window, they spot them. And now NG Silver Eagle, Somi managed to make it across. But with him, Lexos and Jod are also still surviving. So it was only one elimination they lost. But Jaunty Gaming, what a spot they are at Fire Brigade. They have information of every team around them. But so are the other teams. They are informed that Jaunty Gaming are close by.
And with that sort of information, are they inclined towards picking up battles, or are they inclined towards denying any of that? Team Hind against Silver Eagles again coming into the action, but this time I do believe information is shared. Throwables will be introduced. Hyper is trying to go ahead, and Sid was taken down by a scythe. Now that's massive. That's massive. We should have been able to see that. Sure, we'll have to see in a replay right now. But Team Genesis again up for fight. Risk of exposure. They are being revealed. The position is compromised. Now the way of execution will definitely change. With that change, will they be able to bring in some elimination points, or will get eliminated?
Elimination could be a problem for Aerobots as well. They're playing outside the circle. Safe zone damage, they're trying to tank it. Genesis and Vasista on the other end, they were also on a fight to tank that damage. Team Insane, they want to get out, but they know they're in trouble, and there it is. As soon as they step out, they're instantly knocked. Not just one, two players, Avjeet and Sallu. The main man for Insane Esports, Sallu, still surviving, still fighting, finding a way for Aerobots' elimination. But Aerobots, their numbers are up. None of the players from their end have been yet knocked. What do Avjeet and Sallu do? In the meantime, 1+ God's Reign, they're picking up players of Team Hind, causing trouble for them.
Abhay here, Aerobots pushing in. Abhay will be able to take Alim down, but there's no confirmation, and then comes an end to Team Hind. Aerobots will survive. They position up and open, and on the bridge, no cover, but Yuno is going to take some elimination points on his name, and this is all end to Team Genesis. They get eliminated to zone. It took a little too long to take the rotation and picking up some elimination points. Team Insane, Salu is still surviving and will be able to connect a pixel of a shot. An entire squad wipe on the way. What a stylish way to bring in 2 elimination on his name. Used a super med kit, now entering the circle. Circle is also going to take a shrink, and 1+ God's Reign are waiting this time. They do not want to interfere anybody's business.
They've not gotten a booyah. They've been almost fighting for those top 3, top 5 positions in the previous one. Unfortunately, they got eliminated a little too early. Vasista Esports, because they were also on a busy battle with Genesis. They are also getting eliminated by the play zone. But now 1+ God's Reign making a jump. Jaunty Gaming, the team at the picture perfect center, holding the compound at the trailers. And now they did spot 1+ God's Reign knock. Unfortunately, they couldn't land. But on the other end, Nightmare, they are able to knock and eliminate the last player from Vasista Esports. That's Swaroop done for. And that is information for Jaunty Gaming as well. And they know they're right next to them, but it is not enough. But whose information did they have? Aiku Reckoning. And what are they doing? That information is being used really well from Nightmare. And Nightmare not only stalling Aiku Reckoning from making a move, they're putting a stop to NG Silver Eagle, who have made it to the top 6, but they're saying, hey, you might be here in top 6, but we'll not allow you in the top 6 of the overall standings. The last man, Somi, his position's known, compromised, Melter's being used, and eventually he should be put to rest.
Who is going to rest right now on this map of Purgatory with the glue wall melters? There's no way that the last man, Avijit, should be surviving. The blows coming in from Somi and comes to an end. Team Insane is out of the lobby. 1+ God's Reign still holding this compound. It's 1+ God's Reign versus Jaunty Gaming. The new rivalry being brewed every single time they are spotted up against each other. And here comes Monster Truck to the cover and push from Jaunty Gaming. Now that is not something that Jaunty Gaming is very used to. Going in with the shotguns, all blazing, and a dash gets one knock followed by other. It's a hard time for 1+ God's Reign. Last man standing. Will he be able to survive furthermore? It's an end. I believe it's coming to an end.
Where was this Jaunty Gaming all this while? Look at Vincent with 5 total eliminations. Ginotra and Jarvis sharing 1, Kunal 1, and they completely eliminate 1+ God's Reign. They bring them to their end. There might be a team to watch out for, but Jaunty Gaming a little too late. And Nightmare and Aiku Reckoning break their dreams of a booyah. The last 2 teams and Nightmare, are they on a run for a back-to-back booyah? But Aiku Reckoning, they want one. They have the numbers. They're going in for a full-on push. Melters, Glue Wall's going down, Radha Thakur is down, Ronith is down. Water has to save the day with Sohan and Ronith. Ron is brought back to life, and with that, the life for a booyah comes up for Aiku Reckoning. What a way they completely break teams, do not allow and take control from the complete southern eastern island, and now a booyah to end it.
What a great booyah that they procured. The words are falling short with the way they executed this battle, with the aggression they went towards an opposition team, and Nightmare Esports are left with a lot of bad dreams right now. 3 maps down, 3 more to go. A lot of dreams written and lots they are going to get deleted. But right now, Team Jaunty Gaming finally coming into the action. This is one of the team that we were concerned about in the start. Right now, they are in the spot of top 3, top 4. Team Genesis gave a good start, but could not continue to do so. And it happens. Not every map can be mastered. But 1+ God's Reign turned into the ashes with the wrath of Team Jaunty Gaming. Now, that's questionable because 1+ God's Reign have got some strong hands on the map of Purgatory.
I think 1+ God's Reign, with the amount of utilities that were being dumped, had to be forced not to take that fight. And once they were ready to go and go for a fight, I think we'll see it in the final few shots as well. They were forced to fight as individuals, and Jaunty Gaming took that advantage, running around circles. And in this final fight, even though Ronith, he was knocked, there was an opportunity, but Wata and Sohan, they saved the day. Ninja from afar, while there are these three players fighting across, Ninja is still providing cover fire, and Ninja was one of the person and the reason that Reckoning were able to grab this booyah, because he did not let the players alive from Nightmare or get back on their feet, as he was also firing from afar. And what a play coming in from Ninja the sniper to make sure Ico Reckoning as a whole grabbed this booyah, and it was a wonderful game played. They positioned themselves around Lumber Mill and towards even a little more southern, and they just held that compound, did not allow anybody else to come towards that position. And from there on, any team who tried to cross over, move towards Fire Brigade or Central, they were one of the teams who were finding eliminations on them. A total of 23 points raked up.
Top three teams, 23 points, 19 points, 18 points. Very close quarter score line. And followed with which we do see 1+ Squads Rain and Team Insane sharing the score. Team Insane is finally building up as well with Team Jaunty Gaming. But godlike esports, Genesis esports, Team Hind, they have been consistent enough to be always spotted on the latter half. But Vashishta, now we both were very sure of, they are going to be one of the strongest team on this map. They struggled too hard. I believe overextending a fight when there's not needed, I believe that is what took them down. But godlike, they were in a good position, they were in a good rotation, they had a good compound on their name, but then deciding to pick up fight without the proper information of the third party affairs is something that put them out of the lobby. But let's also talk about the MVP. Who is it going to be from Team Ico Reckoning? Grabbed the booyah with 23 points, out of which 11 elimination points that they secured, 5 coming in from the side of Sohan.
And yesterday we saw what Sohan did. While we did speak about Ronit and his almost spree of nades which he has accumulated, I don't know after this map how much, but before we started the day he had 15 eliminations on just the grenade. Sohan then beating and topping. Yesterday he was the star for Ico Reckoning, and today again he ends up becoming the star. 5 eliminations, 2230 damage, 3 assists coming through. And again, the reason for quick revive towards that end when Ronit was down was Sohan using that Tiva's passive ability, when got that quick revive and they were back on a fight at a 3v2, 3v1 situation, and Nightmare couldn't handle that. But hey, look at the storyline of how it would have changed with Nightmare going down at the 6th spot. If they got this booyah, they could have gotten closer towards the top 2. Will they do it? We will take a look. There is time for it still, Tanya, but we'll cut to a break because now it's time for Kalahari. If you've met the halfway mark, you will be wondering where the overall standings is. We also will, but it's time for teams to pick up pace, because if they don't now, it's done for right after this break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup. My name is Cribs. Joining me is Azura for the last few games of the day, and we are just moments away from finding out who will be the next 6 finalists who will be joining us for the Lucknow LAN. So far, the games have been very intense. Some good names which we expected to perform well are performing well, but there are some other names who we expected a lot more from, not exactly putting their best foot forward yet.
I mean, most of the teams are kicking up the row and they are making a lot of noise, lot of ruckus. And in all of that, they're manifesting the success towards reaching the top 6. And that's what we all need. And most of the teams who are trying to go ahead and survive or even take an aggressive battle, they are fighting it out and then just getting extinguished. Why? Why take all the risk? Keep a player in the back lines, give some leeway, cut off some slack, and then slowly but surely rebuild what is lost. But what they're doing, in fact, is just going ahead, guns blazing, firing all the cylinders, and eventually fading away. So these are the teams to go ahead and watch in the map of Kalahari, and it is going to be fun. Mark my words.
It definitely will be fun. IQ Reckoning are already on the top of the overall standings, and now they stand to be one of the best teams in Kalahari, which means they can cement their top spot even further. Godlike Esports so far haven't exactly had a wonderful performance. They keep getting eliminated very early on, but with this map coming up, they have a chance to rack up a bunch of elimination points and hopefully get safely in that top 6. Right now, they're exactly at the 6th spot. But Vasista Esports, even though they have a booyah, they are not in too much safety. Like, they only have 38 points and they're at the 5th spot right now. So Vasista Esports, even with the booyah, not exactly a great performance, but they are one of the teams to look out for on this map. So let's hope that this one goes well for them, especially given that they will be pretty much uncontested in Council Hall.
Always. And here's the thing, right? We can see all of those tentative teams heading towards Foundation, whether it be Refinery, Command Post. There's always going to be this one position where teams, most probably, they will reach very close, dead center, and just wait for some kind of a third-party action to just witness at the nick of the time. And that's where I'm expecting most of them to be surrounding these areas, specifically Refinery and Command Post, to call in those shots. And I believe, I don't know why, I feel that Team Hind can go ahead and have that fighting chance that they were looking for since so long. All this time, they were still trying their level best. And due to the mishap as well, I heard that one of the players have met a small accident as well. But still, they are playing. They're still having that one positive spectrum, the silver lining that they want to qualify. And this is the kind of zeal every esports player needs to have.
Yep. It's that zeal and that fire in your belly that will put you through towards the finish line. Right now, the only fire in my belly is the one to get my predictions right. And so far, I'm feeling pretty confident about the 2 of my picks. I did go for a rather risky pick, Aerobots, on this map.
Yes, you did.
And that's only because I liked their performance in the previous game of Kalahari. They could have done a lot more. They had a great position. They had decent amount of finishes, but they didn't get the booyah, nor were they even in the top 3. So I'm a little disappointed with how they finished Kalahari, but given their overall game style, I do think that they can actually do pretty well in this map. And I think this might, this Kalahari map might finally be the one that propels them into the top 6.
I'm hoping for that. I'm definitely expecting that coming in from Aerobots thanks to their previous Kalahari performance. And moving forward, Vashishta Esports, of course, they've already started strong today. OnePlus God's Reign, they're yet to go ahead and showcase what they're made of. And that's one of the places where all of these teams are still trying to figure out. I mean, come on, it's high time, if I'm not wrong, Crips. Previously, we could see week 4, day 1, teams are still trying to struggle and find those first 2 spots that they are already been found. And now moving down towards the top 6, it's a big hassle because the other 6 are out there just to clip your wings. So you never know what will happen next. And this is Kalahari. Most of the places are going to be swarmed by such good snipers that one shot will literally take your life.
Exactly. And you only have that one shot, only that one opportunity. You better not miss. Ladies and gentlemen, second half of the day has begun. The 4th game is on your screens and we are taking off over the sandy dunes of Kalahari. Sandy dunes which will soon be spilled crimson blood upon. And that is going to be the one that makes a difference. Plane takes off quite nicely over Oldhampton, goes all the way down to Stone Ridge, diagonally bisecting the map. Not a lot of early contests anywhere. Take a look at God. Like, as always in Refinery, I certainly expected someone to drop clash them, but nope. In fact, the drop clash
Santa
is
Catrina.
happening in Santa Catrina. Yep, it's NG Silver Eagles versus Aerobots.
Wait a second, what is Shamopi doing here? Okay, he's out here to go ahead and understand what will happen next, and this is what happened. Alib, the moment he got downed and eliminated, there's going to be a direct recall of the player. So that's one of the things that I would highlight. This was a really good strategy, but I believe it's just half cooked.
Yep, but right now, Silver Eagles might be fully cooked if they don't win this game. They are currently in desperate need of points. Jord trying to get that action, but he runs out of bullets, can't even reload in time, and will be knocked down. Ayush tries to go for that instant res, but he doesn't have the Tiva, and even if he did, he probably doesn't get enough time. Alim will be finished off. Aerobots down to 3, but luckily, they've also turned Silver Eagles to a 3-man squad, so it's an equal, even Steven situation. Hyper tries to go towards the vending machine, but he will be found by Lexus. And there you go. Ayush is in a lot of trouble because 1+ God's Reign have arrived on the scene, and this is the third-party opportunity that 1+ God's Reign will need to capitalize on.
Oh, they've already captured the higher deck of this entire wrecked ship. And this is just the start. Slowly, they're making sure all the tables have been turned and the entire location has been understood. Silver Eagle, very well tried, Lexos, but it's going to be the next following time where you can go ahead and perform. There's one player who has somehow escaped the wrath of OPGR. That's a really good strategy, to be honest. And now all the way towards Council Hall, we can see Vashishta. They're also trying to run away from a fight. As Autobots, they're not sparing them even a single bit.
And Autobots have no mercy. Autobots need those elimination points. They only have 11 so far in the entire day across 3 games. So Autobots definitely need a lot more. With these two, they should be pretty good to begin the game with. Even Genesis, for that matter, have 2 eliminations to their name. Same with 1+ God's Reign and Silver Eagles. 2 apiece each. Except now that, you know, Ansh got another one. So that's a third one for 1+ God's Reign. Slowly and steadily, these teams will pad their stats and hopefully pad them enough to get them into the top 6. Nightmare Esports, after having lost Arjun and Dochak, will be able to bring their fallen comrades back without much trouble. And that's a very good recovery.
That's true. But what is Kid doing here? Kid 26 right next to the vending machine. There comes a grenade. The freeze bomb, and it's all gonna take away the HP of Kid. Could not do much, and there comes the final knuckle cluster. Nobita just shutting him down. The control of the vending machine seized. That's godlike. They need to somehow make a big buck out of this entire game. There's another action going on. Jaunty Gaming on the other end. Constant shots being fired. Silver Eagle. None of them are being spared. Wherever they head to, it's mass destruction.
Yep. They are WMDs themselves, indeed. Weapons of mass destruction. They don't need AoE damage to do that. They're gonna rush in up close and personal, shotgun their opponents in the face. UAV destroyed by Jaunty Gaming, but they don't know who sent this UAV. It did come from outside of basement. They're tempting somebody towards the Santa Catrina region. Meanwhile, Genesis Esports, they have another opponent on their hands, and it's Team Hind. Zoeb, he's kinda in the face of Abhay, and Abhay is just healing right there. They will have to navigate this maze of blue balls, but it seems like Abhay has just cut off his own retreat path, and he's kind of trapped over here. Nice knock. Can he get the double? No, he can't. Get straighted. And Genesis are close enough to each other to get the revives as well.
Genesis, they already thought the entire action through. They knew it's going to be a 1v2 situation. Go ahead, work around with the buddy system. And wait a second. In the midst of all of that, the underdog team, NG Silver Eagle, has been eliminated. Kalahari used to be one of the maps where they easily get those elimination points and then slowly but surely head towards the final circle. Now they won't get the opportunity. This is a big stomp. Vashishta, right now, catching players with the same tracks. And this is the vendetta that they're looking forward to. The revenge, which I believe is going to be served cold. Vashishta, what's it gonna look like? Rip Ride Rhythm being utilized just to take away the entire course of action. The height advantage completely nullified. Mysterious, look at him grappling his way through. Who is he, Spider-Man?
Perhaps, but given his affliction to get traded and his affliction to go in second, he might just be Miles Morales. Patlu, on the other hand, he is the Grim Reaper. He's the one who takes no prisoners. Take a look at Tiger's position, though. Up there, he is able to provide cover fire, and Mac is down. Juno also has control of the vending machine, so Autobots can't even recover any of their players quickly. Mysterious has no choice but to run away. He's exit the entire POI. He's going towards the vending machine in Bayfront. And this could be dangerous because Jaunty Gaming are close by.
That's true. For Vashishta, going ahead and taking the revenge was a piece of cake, and Autobots, they yet again need to bring in all of those 3 fallen players, somehow regroup towards Bayfront, and that's where I believe the action will start yet again. Like you rightly mentioned, Crits. Aerobots on the other end, I can see them all the way towards the maze section trying to figure their way out. They're trying to find the nearest exit, and I hope that they don't go ahead and get themselves bamboozled and reach all the way in front of Team Hind.
I'm more worried about the approach that Nightmare Esports is going for. I mean, less about worrying and more about scratching my head about wondering how effective it is. They deliberately let one of their players go out and fight Genesis Esports, but right now, Aerobots
how is he alive?
Pressuring Hind Esports so much. And yeah, that's exactly the question in my mind. How is he alive? That was some fancy footwork right there to dodge all those bullets. Karma now kind of isolated. Alim is going ahead and chasing him, but Karma tries to pre-fire with TAUG. Riptide Rhythm, that's gonna make him vulnerable. Abhay does get one knock, but Ali instantly gets the trade. Resurrection comes through. Abhay back on his knees, and Karma almost down, but Jaguar comes in for the backup. Nice shots connected by Sham OP, but he's also gonna be able to get his teammates back up online. So Aerobots suffer basically no losses, and those are super revives. So Alim and Hyper will come down with P90s ready to rumble the moment their feet hit the ground.
Oh my goodness. What is Jaguar doing? He was on the verge of getting eliminated. He needed the medkit. Unfortunately, he could not buy that thing right off the bat. Aerobots, they're here for redemption. Alim already checking those tracks, and he's backtracking all the way towards the maze. This is big work coming in from their end.
Meanwhile, Genesis Esports have been eliminated. I was just talking about Nightmare Esports sending one player to just mess around with Genesis. But seems like Godlike managed to get that last elimination, and now Genesis is out. It seems like Hind Esports will also be joining them soon, because the way Hind are falling, these guys have absolutely nothing left. Abhay managed to get one res, but I think he's going to be running out of coins. I don't think he can afford any more reses. And Sheik already has the Oscar dash, so he goes up in his face and sprays him down with the Bison. Abhay eliminated. At least he managed to res one of his players before he bit the dust. So Hind aren't completely out of this yet. They still have 2 players remaining. But those 2 players will now have to find a spot in the ring. And that is going to be a treacherous journey. Sid lands in Refinery, gets the revive onto Karma as well. Good stuff. So they've acquired a spot in Refinery, which was vacated by God like a long time ago.
Long time. And they're even sharing the circle, so that's a win-win situation overall for Team Hind. Imagine traveling all the way from Maze, going through Aerobots. It would have taken a lot of hassle. There you go, one by one, the players are coming back into the picture. And the others, they are still struggling to enter towards the circle. Most of them, I would say 80% or 95% of the populace, they're inside the circle. The others, they're still making their way through. Team Hind, couple of elimination points. This needs to be a big game for them. They're still in the single digits. They still have to go ahead and showcase the performance. Why week 4, day 2 is super important for them. Whether they can make it or it's just going to be a learning situation for them.
Unfortunately, experience is a teacher which kills all its students. So this learning opportunity will result in them losing out their opportunity to come down to the Lucknow LAN. I mean, don't get me wrong, experience is the best teacher, but the price it asks for is too high.
Can be a thumb, can be a finger, can be anything.
Okay, see now, the thumb over here is Karna's story, according to the Mahabharata.
Uh-huh.
Not wrong. But this guy's name is Karma, not Karna. So I think he's safe, right?
It was just a fancy wordplay.
It's just fancy wordplay. Sorry for bringing in too much mythology into this.
Well, now, all eyes on this particular team. IQ Reckoning, they've been kicking up a rack a lot of time, making a lot of chaos, winning duels as well, willy-nilly. Doesn't matter what the given situation is. Moreover, the kind of eliminations that they have right now is not seeming to be so good. They're going eco-friendly, but at sometimes they just go absolutely crazy, and that's what I'm waiting for. And this craziness might be seen unleashed upon Vashishta. Vashishta, they have the height advantage, shots fired, and look at him. He's like the mischievous kid who sits in the backbench and just knows what needs to be done, untethered about what the teacher is trying to say. Couple of eliminations. And that rotation, it might not look that good. He's stuck with the reload. And there comes the Riptide Rhythm. Still trying his level best. But it's Tiger who's bringing in the fire to this situation.
He's bringing in the claws as well. He's going up close for that one. Still attempting the jump shots. Both are kind of trapped over there. He does get the res onto Ronit, but they still have to get inside the zone. And that's going to be a tricky journey ahead. They have to go all the way around the wall. And that side is being guarded by Swaroop. Tiger on top, in front, Swaroop on the side. They are basically trying to gatekeep Reckoning Esports. At least Ronit isn't taking too much damage from the zone. And the moment he tries to climb up, Patlu is there to mark his entry. But the glue wall saves him. Swaroop chasing him up top. This isn't just a Spider-Man battle anymore. This is the whole damn Marvel universe descending upon us inside Free Fire Max. Lovely footwork. Swaroop finally gets him. Meanwhile, in Santa Katrina, take a look at what Aerobots are up to. They are fighting godlike. And Yogi up close with that AWM. Tries to connect the shot, but not gonna happen.
Oh my god!
Meanwhile, Yogi, he is in too much danger. Backup from all his teammates is amazing. And godlike are up at 12 eliminations now.
Oh, this is bad. This is extremely bad. Jaunty Gaming, they have every single information about this current overall situation towards the house. And those shots, even though it's slow, Nancy has been bitten clean. Nobita, Yogi, couple of players still surviving. Godlike, what can they do? Kunal, he's already surrounded them. And Nobita, Yogi, both of them, they're getting the surround sound in their ears. So many footworks. And where can the possibly enemy be? And that's where they're wrong. They get no information, no sight whatsoever. And the last man standing is still struggling. He's still inside the compound. But Jaunty Gaming, wait a second. They're choosing to call quits?
Yeah, that's the wiser choice. Godlike will most likely die to the zone. And there's already so many other teams dying because of taking too many fights inside this circle. Nightmare Esports, Autobots, and Autobots, all of them are out. Jaunty Gaming at least managed to get inside the circle. But now they get much more than just position points. They get vantage points upon 1+ God's Reign. They did manage to get a knock, but Manish and Predator have healed themselves back up. That nade is quite chonky. Predator down to half HP, and he's slightly far away from his teammates. So can he survive this rain of grenades just descending upon him? No, he can't. Knock acquired. Meanwhile, Jaunty Gaming continue pressing onwards from the edges of the circle. Reckoning Esports elsewhere have been eliminated, so that opens up the top spot for a lot of these teams, and certainly Jaunty Gaming are coming for the crown. Still going all the way around the periphery of the circle, not just the center. They are chasing 1+ God's Reign, who have now entered the compound that Vasista Esports were holding.
That's right. Vasista, 1+ God's Reign. This is the fight to be reckoned. We all were waiting for this one. That one house being contested for so long. Knocks are coming through. 1+ God's Reign. They're on the receiving end as Vasista. They're just lining up all of those bodies one by one. And there goes the entire team. Now being contested by Jaunty Gaming as well. They're on the bottom and the others just making their way towards the top. Vasista, they need to go ahead and somehow bring Tiger back into the picture as the push is coming through. Patlu, he has been knocked. Jaunty Gaming, they were waiting for this golden opportunity and they want to back this one clean. 4 points will just give them the double digits that they were looking for since so long. But they're calling in quits. They are playing it way too smart. They know when to exit from the situation. And this is extremely rare coming in from their end.
Yep, that's a nice hit and run strategy. They see some players out on the balcony. They climb up that height, get the players on the outside of the house, and then refuse to go inside, knowing that there could be traps set up by Vasista Esports. They take the couple of elimination points for themselves and then quit without taking too much risk. Now, Jaunty Gaming seem to be in a perfect spot, but the only person who can kind of play spoil sport is Nobita from Godlike, who is just hiding and biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He doesn't have any throwables, otherwise it would have been perfect. Like, imagine one well-lobbed nade landing smack in the center of that Jaunty Gaming camp. It would have decimated the entire team. But the circle will force him to move. He has some med kits. He can tank the blue zone damage for just a little bit longer. He needs to wait until Jaunty Gaming are completely distracted, but he moves a little too soon. Coming towards the tree, Chrono Shield activated. It's the only thing that will save him, but both Vasista and Jaunty Gaming are focusing on him now, so he's gonna make a mad dash and get inside the monster truck. I don't know if this will keep him alive, but Team Insane Esports have taken the high ground now, and they have bigger fish to fry. They need to keep eyes on Jaunty Gaming, otherwise they will lose their compound.
The landmines. It's right there inside, all set. A perfect trap. Vasista Esports. Oh my goodness, this is such a nail biter. I don't know how Nobita is so cool, man. Look at him. So focused. He's all chill. He knows he needs to do the heavy lifting, get a knock or two. That's it. And I'm out here chewing all my nails down to just the bed. Team Insane. What are they looking for? I believe a really big game, but it's all that one place that they're going ahead and fortifying their entire luck towards. Vasista right underneath, and this is big. That's where the entire thing is going to fall down. Salu, I believe the lone survivor, he needs to do something. The IGL, he's been pincered alongside his teammate as Jaunty Gaming, they themselves are finding some really good ways to get the height advantage.
They finally found Nobita, so at least that one straggler is out. No more threats from your left-hand side. Jaunty Gaming can now afford to fully focus on that house, because take a look at that house. The moment Vasista Esports drop down from that balcony, they'll be forced to fight against Insane Esports. And Jaunty Gaming, this is the perfect game for them. It's been served to them on a platter. They must not fumble this, because both these teams will end up fighting each other before Kunal dives in, while the rest of his teammates are also making that jump from the top. Kunal tries to rain lead, and that shotgun is doing its work. RNS with a single knock. Tiger goes down, but Ginotra with the double comes through, and they've trapped Vasista in that cocoon of blue walls. It's like shooting at fish in a barrel. Jaunty Gaming claim the booyah.
Jaunty Gaming, this was due for so long. They were waiting for this. And right now, getting the circle advantage, the height, the command post on their name, the tower was there, and that's how they have seized the entire moment. And here's the thing, right? They knew this game needs to be big, so they kept aggressing forward. They keep moving forward and get those knocks as well. M590 wants to see that shotgun. Explosive shotgun shells are always going to help you out in such situations. And overall, that was a very well-rounded performance. Jaunty Gaming, they will be so happy. And I could see players praying for such games. And upcoming ones are going to be even more tougher, as the entire part of qualifying and being towards the top 6, you know, to enter towards LAN, that is swinging by their throat.
Yep. The pressure for the LAN continues to ramp up for all these teams. Vasista Esports luckily haven't really been having a terrible day, so they have a chance of making it. And now they get inside the top 3. It solidifies their position even further. Plenty of eliminations to their name. Godlike Esports too, they were at the 6th spot, but by getting into the top 4 and getting some placements, they will at least farm like some 10 points out of this one, so they should also be fine. But let's take a look at that final fight to show us exactly how Jaunty Gaming won this booyah with a massive number of eliminations. This game is gonna be the one that's probably gonna knock Godlike down even further, because they're just on the edge. So while Godlike managed to get inside that top 4 and get some placement points to their name, Jaunty Gaming has a massive game, probably like some 8 to 9 eliminations to their name. Maybe even 10. Yep, there you go. 11 final eliminations, followed by 12 with the booyah. That's going to be a big game for them. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get them inside the top 6, but it's definitely a start.
I mean, I would say it's a decent game for Jaunty Gaming. They need big games like 30 bombers, getting more than 30 points. That needs to be the situation for them. And I'm always hoping for them to go ahead and aim high, as this team has been struggling so long. They've been looking forward to get that momentum, and finally they have received it. 23 total points, where I would say the Booyah has given the first position to them. Vashishta Esports, look at them. 15 total eliminations. And they were eliminated, what, in third position? Oh no, fourth position. So they still are making things so good for them.
Exactly right. Vashishta Esports has had a banger game in Kalahari so far, and rightfully they are one of the teams you need to keep your eyes on. Godlike Esports too, not bad at all. 19 points for them with 12 eliminations. Amazing for Insane as well. Not a lot of eliminations, but 13 in the overall standings is amazing. So they both should be able to get a decent enough momentum to jump in. But take a look at this. Jaunty Gaming have finally shot into the top 6, overthrowing Genesis Esports. Genesis now, in a span of just a single game, went down from the 3rd spot to the 7th. Oh my god. That's a brutal loss. They fell 4 places.
4 places. And Genesis, they had some really good action in the beginning. Right now, they're succumbing to death in just a minute hassle. So that's where they have to start focusing things. They are getting those 1 or 2 points. That's nice. But they're not able to go ahead and get those big pointers, the massive chunk. Previously, we could see some really good performance in Kalahari itself. They landed in what? Top 2. They were fighting against NG Pros. That's where I thought that this team has a lot of potential. But yes, this one person, Ginotra from Jaunty Gaming, has had a really good time from shooting some really nice fish in the barrel and then later on nading the entire place out. This man is all over the place.
Yep, he's all over the place, and the IGL is really proving why he's one of the most experienced players in the country. The way he uses his Chrono Shield, which enables Jaunty Gaming to rotate with that melee launch pad. You know, it's lovely how he just deploys that Chrono Shield the moment his feet touch the ground from the mini launch pad. It's what helped them rotate into the zone, racing ahead of Godlike Esports. So that was a massive move from Ginotra, deciding to abandon that fight against Godlike and get inside the zone. It net them the entire game and a bunch of eliminations as well. Also, you have to credit Kunal. His ability with the A124 is amazing, because I was wondering why did Team Insane not use their Chrono Shields as soon as they were forced to get outside that house. Now I kind of know why. Maybe they were suppressed by the A124.
Always, there's this one golden opportunity where Kunal has seized the moment. And we can see so many R1s being utilized as well. The kind of rotations that were called in, Jaunty Gaming, they are at their prime. And this is the Jaunty Gaming that we saw in the online qualifiers, league stages, week 1, week 2. So moving forward, I'm hoping that they can go ahead and seal the deal towards the top 6, as it's like the pressure that they're going through right now. So overall, it's the statistics that we can even go ahead and witness, the kind of damage they've been dealt in the map of Kalahari. It's really good, but for sure there's room for improvement in this as well.
48,000 damage, pretty good. 71 eliminations, rather humble. We've seen this number go up to 80 and 90 on Kalahari. 71 is kind of on the low end of average, especially for a Kalahari game, with 88 total knocks. 221 blue walls destroyed. That's actually a pretty high number for Kalahari. Generally, you see somewhere less than 200. So, yeah, I guess this is why the number of eliminations were rather humble, because there was just way too many glue balls in play. And even the longest elimination distance is only 100 meters. Pretty tame.
You know, here's the thing, right, Crips? They're all expecting for those points which they have already received by knocking a player. So the moment the team is going to think about putting in a glue wall, there's so much aggressiveness, there's so many bullets being shot at the glue wall that it's bound to break at one point of time. So 220 glue walls, I would say it's still less. I would see more. I would love to enjoy the kind of aggression these teams are bringing, because this showcases that they want to be in the top 6. They want to be in the LAN equally. And that's the competition we all are here to go ahead and witness, right? This is the final day. Yeah. After this, there is no comeback. There is no opportunity. There's just goodbye. You learned, the lesson the hard way. You're eliminated. That's it.
That's it. And there's only 2 games standing between these teams and the Lucknow Lan. Who's going to make it into the top 6? Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will find out who our finalists are right after a short break.
Well, most of the time, whenever we say there is a really good opportunity, go ahead, bag it, that's where Jaunty Gaming comes in my mind. And here's where things are just shaping to be perfect for them. They need to head towards the top 6, and now they're already at that spot. 2 more maps, and they're going to cement that towards top 6. So let's just hope how well teams are going to perform now. This is do or die situation, Crips. What do you think? Any underdog team that can go ahead and sweep the floor?
I'm guessing either Aerobots or Autobots. Up until now, Aerobots were doing pretty well for themselves, had a bunch of eliminations to their name. If they stick to their guns and quite literally stick to their guns, I mean, just focus on eliminations, I think they can get enough points and amass enough, points to just get inside the top 6. They don't have to top the table. They don't have to do anything else. Just get inside that top
Not
6.
at
And
all.
I don't think it's viable to go for a booyah in a map like Bermuda or something like that, because it's very difficult. Everybody knows how to rotate. Everybody knows how to hold. So I think eliminations is going to be your best friend over here.
You know, I have this kind of a hunch where NG Silver Eagle, Team Hin, Team Insane Esports, Autobots, Aerobots,
Tulo.
Genesis,
Yes.
they might go ahead and spoil teams' plays. That's what I
But
think.
they won't gain anything out of it by spoiling someone else's game, unless they spoil the games of the teams who are
One game spoiled
specifically
equal
above
to
them.
one game earned is what I think.
Correct. But like, imagine, let's say you're in the shoes of Genesis Esports, right? You are currently at
Right.
the 7th spot. You have 44 points. Jaunty Gaming is 4 points ahead of you on the 6th spot. If you specifically target Jaunty Gaming, you can steal that 6th spot away from them. So that's what they will have to do. They will have to ruin the games of the teams who are specifically above them. And one of the teams who's above them is Nightmare Esports. They are one of the best teams in Alpine, so it will be hard to mess with them. But Vasista and Godlike are also pretty damn good on the map of Alpine. So I don't think it's going to be easy to beat Godlike over here. They are indeed the kings of Stadium. It's quite difficult to even get them out of there. Same with Nightmare Esports. They have a pretty good, stat in Alpine. They're a damn good team over here. And up in Snowfall, nobody really can test them. So the teams who are desperately in need of points, teams like Genesis and Aerobots, you see how they're at Rivermouth. Yeah, they're going to be in the thick of things. They are going to be in the eye of the storm, and they will have to come out of it shining bright like a diamond.
3 islands, and there's one island completely empty. Nobody cares about it. The others are completely contested. Rivermouth being one of the places where a couple of teams are just going head on. The clash is going to look insane. But here's the thing, right? Genesis, they need to play it right. And you were mentioning this one factor that Genesis, if they make a mistake, let's just talk about the predictions first, and then I'll just go ahead. I'll keep following up with the entire thought process of mine. I would love to see the kind of predictions you have brought on the picture. Wait a second, Aerobots again? What do you think Aerobots will do different in the map of Alpine?
Just eliminations, man. I mean, they are already one of the teams that you need to look out for. They have a damn good amount of eliminations on Alpine, and this will actually become their feeding ground. They will feed on the other teams and just farm up all those points. Godlike obviously have like 99 eliminations and a booyah already, so that's a bit of a no-brainer. The only other risky pick I've taken over here is IQ Reckoning. So while they're a good team, they might not be the best on Alpine, but I do believe that they have the potential to, use this game to cement their number 1 spot even further, and that's why I've picked them up in Alpine.
I would say it's not at all a risky move. IQ Reckoning, they've
Actually,
been very
yeah.
consistent. It's not a risky move at all. Like, they've been very consistent in terms of coming towards the top 4, alongside getting those eliminations as well. And once they have this confidence to keep moving forward and understand where the enemy's whereabouts are, they love to go ahead and call in a surgical strike. So this is going to happen in the map of Alpine, moreover. So I'm hoping to see how well they can go ahead and perform. But here's another part, right? NG Silver Eagles, they might come in towards the picture of getting those eliminations alongside reach towards the top 4. It's just a thought process, what I think. But moreover, talking about the way Genesis needs to perform, and if they're going to be under the pressure, under the notion of, come on, if we don't take this fight, we won't win this one, then I believe they will succumb to the pressure point of view. And that's where they won't be able to perform. And we have seen this so many times. So let's just go ahead and see how well they can go ahead and tackle that pressure, as most of the teams have found the kind of momentum that they need. We talk about Vashishta, they have it. We talk about IQ Reckoning, they themselves have it as well. And now in the map of Alpine, where things can go haywire at any given time, let's just go ahead and witness this one through as well.
Just 2 more games stand between these guys and the grand finals. Alpine, the penultimate game of the day, will kind of determine who the top 3 are. And after that, in the last game, only the 4th, 5th, and 6th spots will basically be up for grabs. So these teams need to get as much of a safe buffer as they can now in Alpine right here. Nightmare Esports going to a snowfall uncontested. No surprises over there. But Reckoning Esports getting Militia all to themselves. Yeah, I didn't expect that. But I'm expecting a lot of kerfuffle around the Rivermouth, Blue Will, and the Fusion region. Even Forest Red for that matter. While Hind have landed over there alone now, I think they will be contested very heavily later on. And then again, you've got NG Silver Eagle landing towards Railroad, right next to OnePlus God's Reign. But OnePlus God's Reign is splitting. They've sent Predator away from this POI. So he is not present for this battle. It's a 3v4 now.
OnePlus God's Reign playing against all the odds, Jod right in front, all the grenade launchers. They definitely are just taking away the HP. Silver Eagle still trying to find those wings. It's just that they need to find a perfect flight, and once they do, that's where they can at least reach towards the top 6. But it's going to be a big game. That's what is required from their end. And OnePlus God's Reign, they're here to stop them from the tracks. They're at Railroad, come on. And one single ram can take away the entire team's hope of performing.
Yeah, but they will have to channel the aggression of that ram in the right direction. It's going to have to be a battering ram, not the kind of one you sacrifice. Definitely can't mix up those two. One is a medieval breaching weapon. The other one is the symbol of evil. But right now, Kaushik has evil and nefarious thoughts in his mind. He gets that knock onto Jod. Sobi tries to go in for the revive. Luckily, they've got TY equipped, so the revive will come through instantly. Anshu in quite a lot of danger. He's trying to go around the outer area of this entire garage. Manish and Kaushik right behind him to provide some cover fire, but they're not able to capitalize on the distraction.
This fight is being prolonged for a long time now. And I feel that Jaunty Gaming, they might catch a sniff of this. And once they do, they're gonna come running around looking for blood. Somi, what's he thinking? He's crossing the entire railroads like he's the Pelkin. And once he's been spotted, his HP is way too low. There comes the entire push that we all were waiting for. OnePlus God's Reign. They want to go ahead and refine this one, get those eliminations. Somi right around the corner. He thinks that he can go ahead and pull this one, but it's not gonna happen. As Silver Eagle, they're the first ones to go ahead and depart. Wait, there's another team. Hind as well? Okay.
Yep.
I didn't see that coming.
OnePlus God's Reign did. They third-partied at the best possible spot. Like the moment Silver Eagles were out and Hindi Sports were down to just a couple of players, OnePlus God's Reign swoop in like a bunch of vultures and pick them clean. Great stuff by OnePlus God's Reign. What a way to begin the game with 4 eliminations. Even Insane Esports are kind of going berserk over here. 6 eliminations to their name already. Pretty interesting.
Insane.
But at least OnePlus God's Reign can capitalize on these eliminations. You know, Team Insane is just way too far and way too low in points to be able to do anything with this 6er.
That's a really nice knock. Mysterious. Couldn't do much there. Godlike. They themselves are they're carving the way. And if I talk about the performance overall, they're still looking forward to get the confidence back into the picture and somewhere get those elimination points as well. It's a big mind game from their end. And I've not seen them coming back into the picture. It's just like the kind of team that they were in the online stages, the kind of team that they were towards the league stages, it's completely different. They've waited all this time towards week 4 to perform. Week 4, day 2. And that's where I would say things are getting hazy. Oh, there you go. The bot finally opening things up against Team Insane. Team Insane, they have lived up to their name for a really long time now. 7 total eliminations. They're looking so strong in this map. And look at the way Sallu is falling in. This man has no fear. constantly barraging those bullets. Alim, the most trusted player in the team of Aerobots, he's under the radar. And this radar soon might depart. Vashishta, they're close by. And wait a second, Alim? Whoa, what? The confrontation just went completely south. Yuno right in front. And there comes a freeze bomb. Yuno, he's just having the really good movement that we all wanted to see. And this 1v1, I feel it's going to fall apart for the likes of Alim. There goes the entire backup. Where are the others? Aerobots. They're left stranded with Sham OP being the last man standing. Not at all a good sight. And Team Insane on the other end, they're also calling in the rotation. Fusion has been a really good place of chaos. And the last man standing also fades away. Aerobots, they have been eliminated. The underdogs are not able to handle the pressure to head towards land. And if you can't do the basics, then yes, you're gonna learn the lessons the hard way. The rotations, the circle, it's slowly gonna go ahead and redirect. Whether it's gonna be towards the western side or the eastern side or the northwestern or southeastern, we still have no clue. It's those nervous 99s where teams are still going ahead and thinking that this might be it. Let's just go ahead and contest this certain spot. Militia being heavily contested, Jaunty Gaming, Ico Reckoning, both of them might lock their horns real soon. And towards the forest red region, we can see Genesis and Vashishta. They're slowly making their way. Finally, the wait is over. Where is the circle heading towards? Bam! Favoring Militia. Alright, Snowfall slightly coming into the picture alongside Garrison as well. So this is one of the places where most of the teams are going to be very happy, relieved. And wait, Forest Red is also under the radar. That's a really good opportunity. Vashishta, they've been calling the shots very well. And we know about this team. Whenever it comes to those final bits, they always gear up. And what's going on here? 4 different corners. It's like a teacher has given them a punishment. Stay towards different corners. Do not talk to each other. Is what I feel is happening towards Ico Reckoning. Autobots. They're still outside the circle. They're taking the brunt force. But they're alive. I don't know how that is possible, but they're still alive. They have 1 elimination point on their name. Ico Reckoning. Alright. Let's just go ahead and guess it out. What kind of conversation Ico Reckoning is having right now. I would love to see it. Ninja, Sohan, just sitting there, gossiping about what's happening. The circle, whether it's favoring or not. Yes, it is favoring for now, but which team is nearby? That one thing is not going to be answered real soon. Arvon, yes, that can be utilized. The pet, which will give them the additional bit of information. But Team Insane, they're always on the move. They're always on the hunt. And this time, there is that information game. Sallu, the man who's always present for the team. He's been heavy lifting. The others providing the support for sure. This time he heavily demands the support. The Nox needs to come through, Sohail. He's been pincered, constantly moving around, trying to give away the information. And if that keeps on happening, then Mac, Mysterious, both of them, the bond will be severed. There comes the opening shot. Sohail right in front. Mac from the other end. He's providing the support, but it's not going to happen so quick. As the elimination, it has come through. It's a 3v4 situation where Team Insane, they're on the positive end of the spectrum. There comes another one. And wait a second. In the blink of the eye, Autobots, last man standing, and he has somehow escaped. Welcome back, Crips.
He's gonna be thanking his lucky stars that he managed to escape, because Hacker over here with that grenade launcher was blowing them to smithereens. Insane now rushing into the zone towards the edge of Forest Red. Luckily, there's no team gatekeeping them, so that is gonna be yet another lucky instance for the side of Insane Esports. The last 2-3 games have actually been insane for them. I mean, take a look at that. They went from the 12th spot to the 8th. Now they're at 42 with 12 eliminations to their name already in Alpine. These guys are on the warpath, and they are just 8 points away from Jaunty Gaming, 8 points away from getting into the top 6.
And not only that, they can even topple down the hopes of Jaunty Gaming as well. Jaunty Gaming, finally they found the kind of confidence that they needed. But this is one of the places where Team Insane, they just walk into the trap. Abhijit being the last man standing, but where is he? He has been eliminated. Team Insane, what a big conundrum. They had no clue that this tent is going to be the place where they will be 6 feet under.
Nah. This is not even 6 feet under, bro. Vashishta Esports make quick work of them. They don't have time to dig 6 feet. That's a shallow grave. Destroyed in seconds. And this is exactly why you need to use the R1 binoculars before you jump into a tent. You never know what's inside.
Yeah, you never know. This is the same strategy that IQ Reckoning is utilizing. Oh my god! All 4 people, 4 different corners, like they've been given a punishment and they're not even moving, they're not even looking at each other. But wait, the clash of the gods.
Yep, Godlike and OnePlus God's Reign. They are definitely looking at each other. Not just looking, they're staring daggers at each other. The nades thrown in will expose Kaushik, but Predator has been found by Vincent. Anshu tries to make that jump, will be sniped off midair. Wings clipped. It's all up to Kaushik. Can he find a way to escape? Or will he just tank the blue zone damage and hope that Godlike run away from here and find another lucrative target? I don't think Godlike have any intention of giving up. They want this blood. Nancy, on the other hand, is going all across the zone, hoping to gatekeep wherever else Kaushik can make an entry from. But on the other side, Nightmare Esports and Jaunty Gaming, even not Jaunty Gaming, it's Genesis actually who's gonna find them. Jaunty Gaming is behind them for the time being, but Nightmare Esports are running away from this fight, at least running away from the house. But the Skylar ability being used by Genesis is just so good. Even Reckoning Esports are taking pot shots at them. They can't escape. Their flight has been denied. It's been cancelled. At least Rochak and Cade managed to escape from that spot, but they're not in a safe spot anymore. They are also still in pretty much hot water.
And not only that, those knocks that were coming through, IQ Reckoning, they tried their level best to confirm them, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. Genesis, they're going to go ahead and enjoy the entire feast. The cake cut open. Godlike on the other end, they're going to enjoy the entire loot? But this is just cherry on top for them.
Yeah, but Godlike need a lot more than just loot right now. With 60 points in the bag, they need to make sure they get ahead of all the teams who are in the 3rd, 4th and 5th spot, because there's just a difference of 2 points between them and all their other contenders. But take a look at this spot. Militia is being heavily occupied. Kunal and his teammates in Jaunty Gaming control the central warehouse. Genesis Esports on the other side, they're not even in the POI, so they're kind of different. Godlike Esports on the periphery of Militia. Meanwhile, Nightmare Esports have the 2 tents under their control. Genesis finally use the mini launchpad and get towards the border wall of this place, but they don't want to step inside without any information. Autobots, though, will be taken out. Mayank was just trying to survive for his team as a lone survivor, but he'll be found. And Yogi from that spot is just getting everybody. Even Kaushik has been found. Godlike were responsible for the demise of OnePlus God's Reign, but now they find them and don't get it to anyone else. The Oscar dash is perfect. Sohan once again showing us his shotgun brilliance. He managed to get a squad wipe with that shotgun yesterday, and he might just repeat it again. Genesis Esports fall victim to this man and his trusty M590.
Oh my goodness. Bless this entire team, IQ Reckoning. My oh my, the way they have just devastated the entire hopes of Genesis is absolutely brutal. And Jaunty Gaming right now, they're at the similar spot, taking shots against Sohan. Jaunty Gaming, they need a big one yet again in order to stay towards the top 6. 56 total points, and Nightmare is right behind, trailing. They can go ahead and take the spot of OnePlus God's Reign as well. This is big. Vashishta on the other end, still going ahead and surviving. They're sitting at the top of this entire leaderboard, and soon they might perish as Godlike. They're just rushing forward. Tatsuya dashes all across. Riptide Rhythm being utilized, but it's Nancy who's at the receiving front. 2 mines are set right there. What a lovely strategy. Vashishta.
Yeah. Vasita really just played them like a fiddle, using the mines to their advantage and then also using the Steffi Graffiti Blessing to make sure no other nades can harm them. Will escape, but Swaroop will fall. Nobita and Iko both pressing in together. Has to find escape. He has to find some cover. Maybe he can go ahead where that fight between Jonty and Reckoning is happening, because Sohan needs to shine again once more, but Vota can't handle the pressure. Kunal lands the final shot. Jarvis and Ginotra do so well, but giving up on his previous fight against Godlike, will now jump against Jonty Gaming. He's jumping right down their throats, and he's hoping that Godlike Esports will follow suit. He's hoping that Godlike will actually follow him and end up fighting Jonty Gaming, but that's just simply not happening. Godlike will take their sweet time behind that wall and completely reset, readying themselves up for the final push.
Oh, no. It has worked. He's baiting the entire team. Godlike, look at them taking spot shots against Jonty Gaming now. One player already down, Jarvis. He cannot go ahead and even contact Iron Man. This is not going to work out for them. Ginothra on the other end. He's outside the circle. Iko, he's charging forward. And the entire plan works. You smart lad. He needed to reach towards the top 2, and he has secured that, getting 9 total points. He's putting all the landmines all across in order to set the trap and call in Godlike for at least a 1v1 duel. The Graffiti Blessing, but it's not going to help out. One shot to the head and the entire hope is fading away. What a game, Godlike. Look at Iko going ahead and making his mustache.
Even with very little facial hair, that mustache gesture shows how proud he is. Godlike Esports
very proud.
Desperately needed that. Nobita also flexing his muscles. Even though he admits that he needs more work on them, he certainly has done enough work and enough heavy lifting in this game to basically secure themselves a spot in the top 6. I think with this performance, Godlike is pretty safe.
Godlike is pretty safe. Let's just see how well they have performed. For sure, they have toppled, they have rattled a lot of toes. And that's what we wanted to see. Overall, the brilliance that he showcased, Crips, is iconic. It's unmatched. Till now, I would say baiting the entire team of Jonty Gaming to just go ahead and get additional 1 point, which is position advantage. 9 total secured. And overall, the performance itself was looking really good. They got some really good eliminations, and that's just like a cherry on the top of the cake. So overall, I would say this is a really good performance, but on the other end, Godlike fans, they're going to be so happy to go ahead and witness this right at the nick of the time. So yeah, week 4, day 2 has been a blessing so far.
It has indeed been a blessing. We've seen such brilliant plays. First, we saw Jonty Gaming deal with the entire aggression, come inside this entire compound and deal with OnePlus God's Reign really well. Then you also had, just playing Jonty Gaming like a fiddle, forcing them to fight against Godlike Esports. But that being said, really good performance from Godlike. They were going somewhere along the conservative side for this game, because you saw that they only had like 3 eliminations before that final battle began, which kind of tells you that they weren't actively looking for fights all throughout. They knew that if they manage to hold their position, all the fights will come to them and they will be able to farm enough elimination points in the last circle. They have been making these mistakes, right? They have been getting eliminated very early, especially in the first and the third game. They don't repeat any of those mistakes once again. And this time, they play for the win, they play for the booyah, knowing that the eliminations will come to them nonetheless. 11 eliminations. Somewhat humble. We've seen Godlike go for absolute bangers, like 20 plus eliminations. But right now, this is all they need. 23 points out of this game. It's pretty good. Vashishta with 10 eliminations and managing to get them to the second spot, have 19. Same with Team Insane. While their placement points are pretty abysmal, they were doing really well in terms of eliminations before they made that one treacherous rotation which led to their demise in a matter of seconds. 14 points is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, true. That's what happens if you set foot in no man's land. Vashishta, moreover, they were waiting for this golden opportunity. They were just sitting ducks there, expecting someone to just come in the trap. And once they did, Team Insane, imagine if they kept up the similar kind of pace of getting eliminations left, back, and center. It would have been a big game for them. But talking about the MVP, Yogi always has stood tall for the team. Godlike. 6 total eliminations, damage of over 2.5k, and assists being 0, which just means one thing, that whatever he started, he ended in style.
Yep. And I can't help but just recall those 2 shots that he hit, which led to 2 entire teams being eliminated. Found the stragglers for Autobots, found that one last player from OnePlus God's Reign. And on top of that silo, he's able to get those 2 eliminations and 2 entire teams out of the game. That's insane. AWM his primary weapon, but if you take a look at the rest of his team, I think Godlike are one of the only teams which are actively using Coda. Most of the teams over here prefer to have their Skylar with a sniper, Chrono Shield, and then they use 2 dashes, Tatsuya and Asuka. We've not seen a lot of players use Coda, and I definitely wouldn't have expected Eco to be the one using it.
Exactly. Eco, no, here's the thing, right? They're trying to bring in all the kind of wild cards at the end. By hook or crook, get the land ticket. As simple as that. Eco, really good, brilliant start. Beaston coming into the picture as well. The damage being over 1.5k, and the others are slowly trailing behind. But Nobita, I thought it was a big game for him. All thanks to Kalahari, he got the confidence that he can stay alive for a longer time, and from there on, getting the Booyah is just amazing. This team is, I would say, thinking 10 steps ahead and then taking a single action.
Yep. These guys are playing chess when everyone else is playing checkers. They're on a whole new level of mental warfare. 52 eliminations. Huh. That's rather rare. 32,000 damage.
Very rare.
Wait, that's it?
Huh. Okay.
I guess this is one of those games where the squads get wiped instantly and there's no chance at a revival, which is why the numbers are pretty tame over here. And it kind of makes sense, right? You saw how Silver Eagle and Team Hind, they got instantly wiped out by OnePlus God's Reign very early on in like the first 2-3 minutes of the game. And generally it's Team Hind that go for revivals quite a lot. They didn't get a chance to do any of that. Even Team Insane, for that matter, got squad wiped instantly, no chances at revivals, which is why the overall stats for this game are pretty low. Rather anticlimactic for the penultimate game. I thought this entire lobby would be descending into chaos by now, but maybe we are saving all the chaos. We are saving the best for the last. Bermuda, the classic map of them all. It's gonna be super chaotic, Azura. It's gonna be insane. Especially if it's the last map and all these teams are gonna have to make a mad dash. They will be going bonkers in this one.
You see the pattern here, Crips. That's what I'm trying to say, the pattern. Right after Vicious start, nobody's able to hit those heavy points. 26 being the highest? Are you kidding me? And Alpine being what? Over 32k damage? That's it? What's going on?
Yeah.
Teams are slowly just being so reserved. They're playing so passive. Might as well play explosive. Yep. This final map, it's going to be so wonky. And in the map of Bermuda being one of the vanilla favored map, it's going to be a lot of fun. Bermuda, the last one, and these are the teams to watch out for. Godlike Esports, previous game, absolutely amazing. Nightmare Esports, they have also sealed the deal. All they have to do is be consistent. OnePlus God's Reign as well. They are looking super concrete. And now if I talk about Bermuda, well, it is giving them the hope to stay towards the top 6 itself.
Out of these 3 teams, Godlike Esports don't need to worry much. They've got 77 points, and they're at the 2nd spot, which is pretty nice. But Nightmare Esports and OnePlus God's Reign, they both are in the 5th and 6th spot respectively, with 59 and 56 points, only 3 points away from each other. Right behind them is Genesis at 7th points with 52. So, these 2 teams, they will definitely have to put their best foot forward. They're already in the top 6. All they need to do is play well enough to survive this game, and then they will be actually going towards the LAN.
You know, the underdog teams, I thought that I was hoping a lot that they'll go ahead and perform and they will make the entire tier 1 team rethink what strategies they're bringing on the table. But right now it's looking like they're like a fodder for tier 1 teams to go ahead and step up and get those points and reach towards the top 6 and seal the deal. Team Hind, if I talk about them, they were looking super solid in the beginning of the entire game, and now all of a sudden they're like, you know what, let's just not take this fight, let's just go around the corner, cut those corners short, and once they choose the shortcut, they're just being eliminated, as most of the teams, they're just expecting that this kind of play will come from the likes of Team Hind, alongside Genesis as well, that one team who's looking at the current, the top spot at the beginning of this entire course of action in 6 maps, and all of a sudden now they're at 7th position. So
yeah,
I don't know what's wrong there.
That's a crazy fall from grace, especially from Genesis to the 7th. Yeah, that's dangerous, man. And while I do expect Genesis to not make it to the finals, I kind of think that this will be a good game for them. Even though I haven't picked them in my caster prediction, I've picked up the standard choices like Jaunty, Godlike, and 1+ God's Reign. Genesis really is the team that you need to look out for because they're at the 7th spot and they will be more hungrier than anyone else.
Exactly, and they're like 4 points shy. Nightmare can get eliminated. You never know. One wrong game. This is where things are gonna get even more spicier, Crips. And that's why I was waiting for the last bit of the entire action, and finally I've received it. Thank you so much, production team. So from here on, Ico Reckoning, they've already reached towards the tippy top. They have a really good game plan. Moreover, yesterday's gameplay itself was showcasing that this team is prepared for the next following day. If not yesterday, today is the time where they're going to go ahead and perform. Vashishta, they have been consistent, sitting at tippy top, and 1+ God's Reign, they're at the very verge of being eliminated. So let's see how well they can go ahead and perform in this particular map, Crips. This is the final one, last bout. From here on, it's just this victory heading towards the LAN finals, or it's just straight up saying goodbye. This is it. This is that point.
This is the final showdown that these teams will probably have in the TEZ FFMIC India Cup. I'm saying that this will be the final bout for them because some of them might not make it to Lucknow. The others will have punched their tickets to the LAN finale. Ladies and gentlemen, just one map remains between these teams fading away into obscurity or immortalizing themselves in the FFMIC Indian circuit. Let's find out who our finalists will be as we hop into Bermuda, the last game of the day. Going all the way from Rivermouth down to Mars Electric. This will be a rather standard plane path, but I want to see if anyone tries to hot drop. Mill is already being contested. Aerobots and Hind are going over there. This is a much bigger risk for Aerobots than it is for Hind because Hind have absolutely no chance of making it to the final. Even if they get a 50-pointer game, they will not make it to the finals. But Aerobots, they are not that far. They can actually win this one. And Aleem is already kicking things off on a good note. Sheik has an Akimbo revolver. It breaks because of the Skylar ability, but Sham OP is here to help him out. Hyper also gets another knock onto Karma. So Hind Esports are on the verge of getting eliminated once again. Abhay though at least confirms that elimination onto Sheik. Sham OP dips back in cover. He knows he needs to go for the heal, so he's gonna let Hyper take over the doing for him. And he knows that they've got Team Hind pinned down over here. Hold on though! Is Nightmare Esports here? What's Arjun doing here? Nightmare. Arjun! And he's alone. Nobody else from Nightmare Esports is here. The rest of his teammates are still on their way. So they've just sent their top fragger over here to do all the dirty work for them. Maybe weaken and, trim down the herd so the rest of his teammates can come in and follow up. Hyper goes down, but no confirmation from Arjuna. He's actually gonna get the knock and try to push in even further. But knowing that it's a 1v2, he decides to not go ahead. Instead, the nades will do all of it for him. Sham OP goes down. He also knows that Hyper is very weak, but Hyper pre-fires across that Chrono shield and gets the elimination onto Arjun. Kid comes in a little too late. Hyper deals with him as well. That's 2 big eliminations.
Oh my god, just served in the silver platter. Aerobots, they're getting those confirmations. 5 total elimination right now on Team Hind. They are bringing those players back into the action. We can see some more fights coming in. Both of these bots are coming in with some really nice firepower. Aerobots, Autobots, both of them just being on point. And the aggression is taking a toll on Team Insane. Look at them, confined it inside the one single house. Salu, the brain behind the entire operation, has been taken care of.
Yeah, now with Salu out, things will definitely get easier for Autobots. But they are yet to find their nemesis once again. Another nemesis might just land in their lap. It's Genesis. They take control of Observatory. And Zoeb starts getting shot. Relays the information to his team. Tells them that Autobots are right around the corner. Mayank is already so low on health. He can't dip between the glue walls. He gets trapped. And he gets shot down by Ayush. Genesis put another point on the board. Keep in mind, Genesis Esports need a lot from this game. They are on the verge of making it to the LAN, and if they just miss it by a couple of points, it will be heartbreaking. Confirming Sohail. Etazo at least will be able to get that elimination, but even though he gets it, that fallen player will be back online instantly. Autobots still have control of the vending machines. Me to its skeleton. Sorry, take a look at this. Reckoning Esports also in a bit of danger. What a nice shot with that Bison. Aleem goes down. And while Aerobots are having a massive game, 8 eliminations, 9 to their name, I hope they don't overextend too much.
Yeah, you never know. You can fall prey just like Team Insane with an entire team inside the shack. Binocular is being utilized, noticing where Hacker has reached, and that 1 point is what Aerobots needs to go ahead and just seize it. Genesis on the other end. It's a different fight against Autobots. But they are losing this one. Couple of knocks, they've already come through. And wait a second. Who is it? It's Nightmare taking a dip in this fight. And this is not at all good. 2 different teams taking fight against Genesis. And there's just Zoe being the last man standing. He's been shot upon from the duel akimbo.
Oh no, Zoeb really needs to get out of here, man. He's the last man standing for Genesis. He's all that stands between them and certain elimination. Godlike go out, but that's completely fine. They were pretty safe anyway. Genesis, though, they really need to maintain their livelihood, and it won't happen. Genesis Esports are out. And with that, their chances of making it to the Lucknow LAN are reduced down to 0.
True that. Silver Eagle, couple of dying, Grace still surviving. They're running all across, trying to call in some rotation. I don't think so that will happen for a really long time. 1+ God's Reign, they're taking a different battle altogether, and they're getting those points as well. They just want to go ahead and top the entire table. Sohail, what are you doing? Rampage. He's been caught napping. And there's a rampage being called in. Aerobots going all out on the opponents. Shake right in front, and the backup being called in as Nightmare is right in front. Kid instantly gets a knock and the elimination. This is massive.
It is indeed massive. Aerobots Esports have activated their afterburners. They've got their foot on the gas, and they are not gonna lift it until they either see that Lucknow ticket or they see God. They will have absolutely no mercy, no remorse. 12 eliminations in the first 5 minutes of the game. The first circle hasn't even finished shrinking yet. That's how you know Aerobots are desperate.
Nightmare is sitting at 8. And that's where things are just getting brewed up right here, right now. Aerobots, this might be the end. 13 eliminations strong, and they're still running around, going towards the vending machine. Calls in the golden ticket of those fallen comrades. It doesn't matter what happens to them now, as the players are still surviving. It's Silver Eagle going ahead and taking the vengeance. So long Wukong ability being utilized just to reposition. Those shots are gonna look so clean. Ayush just calling in the cleanup crew, and look at the kind of finishers that these players are going ahead and showcasing. Putting some salt on the wound.
Yeah, because that's all they can do. All they can do is put some salt on their wounds and ruin the games for someone else.
There you go.
They've got a bounty on the Sheikh.
Information? They have more.
Yep. And keep in mind, Sheikh is the last surviving member of his team. If he no, he's not the last, actually.
He's not.
He's one of the last players. So Aerobots will still get another lifeline. Lovely elimination by Lexus.
Double takedown.
Confirmed. Aerobot's still alive though. Sham OP plugs in Sheikh and Aleem. So that's going to be very important for Aerobots. But meanwhile, Nightmare Esports have a completely different affair over here against Autobot Sports. And they let them survive just for the time being. Their lives spared for now. Autobots down to just one player. The weight of the world and all that responsibility now lies on his shoulders. And believe me, that is a heavy burden to bear. Nightmare Esports and Aerobots going berserk. They've reached double digits already. And the thing is, Aerobots desperately need it. Nightmare don't even need all that many points.
They need a big game.
They do need
Here's
a big
the thing,
game.
right?
They're currently at the 6th spot. But like, with Genesis
No,
out of
they're
that
not yet
already.
at the 6th spot. They're currently at 46. And Genesis is sitting at 52 total points. So they need more than just that if my math is correct.
Double takedown.
Sure, things do become easier for Nightmare Esports. They had 56 points before this game began. Add these 10 to the tally. They're at 62. So they should be... Sorry, they're at 66. They should be doing pretty fine. But it's never enough. You can always get more. And you can never account for someone else overtaking you. So it's better to, you know, have more eliminations in your kitty than to take a risk and lose out by a couple of points. Silver Eagle though, you can see that they have nothing left to lose. They are playing like players untethered. With nothing left to lose, they have a new lease of life and they're picking up fights against every single player that they come across. They're shooting at anything that moves.
And not only that, if you guys don't want to go ahead and miss the opportunity of getting those tickets, please go ahead and book it right about now, as it's just going away instantly. Vishishta Esports, well, they have been taken care of, so the first position can be contested.
Yup. With Godlike and Vashishta out of the picture, the top two teams have fallen. The throne lies vacant. And only IQ Reckoning can gun for the throne. But right now, IQ Reckoning are pretty much nowhere to be seen. They're playing it nice and safe. 3 eliminations to their name, make it 4 now. They just want to stay in control of peak. And if Silver Eagle want to offer themselves up on a platter, then Reckoning will gladly gobble it up. Sohan once again on a mission to become the best shotgun player of the lobby. That's a side quest I wish him best of luck for.
And he's just willfully taking that task.
Yeah.
To be very honest. IQ Reckoning, they're playing under the radar, they're outside the circle, they're calling in some right rotations. Moreover, here's the thing, right? There's a really nice skill contract been taken from the likes of Silver Eagle, but they're not able to chase that dream, as most of them who went towards peak to take this one fight has already lost that. Now regrouping, rendezvousing, reaching towards the point where they can go ahead and take additional battles, get those points, and moreover, here's another part. Destroy people's games. That's where Silver Eagle is coming into the picture.
Yeah, Silver Eagle, they are taking their name a little too literally. Like a bunch of eagles, they just want to hunt, hunt, hunt. And they don't care who their opponent is. Right now, it's Team Insane. Keep in mind that Insane actually stand to lose a lot if they don't end up winning this fight. And Navijit goes down already. RNS and Sunlu can't get the trades. Somi is just too good. Look at him use that woodpecker flawlessly. Just sliding across his opponent's faces and breaking their ankles.
He's sliding right across like it's a drive-by. And it doesn't matter. He just knows the right kind of order that he needs. 1, break the backbone. Later on, take the entire team. That's so surgical. And where was this team all this time long? Oh my goodness.
I know,
right?
right?
At the very end, they're showcasing their true colors. Man, come on.
I mean, there was a quote that I think Voldemort said in Harry Potter that a person only reveals their true colors in their last moments. And then he uses that line to mock Harry. But, I mean, you can apply that over here. In their dying embers, Silver Eagles are soaring high above the skies.
Oh, what? They're taking a different fight altogether now. Silver Eagle, what's up with them? Autobots under their radar and IQ Reckoning, they're right in front. And I feel that Silver Eagle, they can clip Autobots in a jiffy. And if they do, It's going to be a battle that we all will be singing songs about. Oh, okay, after that flub. No, sorry.
Nah. Somi's still alive though.
Mistake.
Keep in mind, Somi is the elimination leader for his team, so he can still go ahead and ruin Autobot's day. He sees Mac and Sohail drop on the ground, and that Woodpecker is doing its work. Duval established a need to push back one player, but that should have given him an isolated fight against Sohail, and he gets it. Lovely isolation. Silver Eagles is still doing a pretty damn good job, but Insane Esports have been eliminated in the process.
Oh my goodness. Autobots, they've been eliminated. Aerobots, they're still around the corner. 1+ God's Reign, they need to call in backup. And the boys are here. Manish right behind, trying to keep the entire forefront concrete. Aerobots on the other end, they're also taking some pot shots in the entire cliffhanger. This can be that one golden opportunity, but still, here's the thing, right? You need to enter towards the circle, and in order to do that, you have to mess around with Nightmare Esports. Oh my god!
Yeah, that's
Wait
a lot of resistance.
Plot is getting even more thick like a gravy.
I don't think this is gravy at this point. It is the pandemonium soup. And anyone who takes a sip of it will be consumed by its madness, touched by greatness. There's an opportunity for 1+ God's Reign over here to eliminate Aerobots from this game, but Hyper NSP90 is just too good. He dips out of the hangar, hoping that somebody will protect him, but Radhe Thakur is raining him down, and those nades are doing God's own work. Kaushik, with just 1 HP to his name, will fall eventually. Nightmare Esports are taking no prisoners, 16 eliminations, and they are looking for more. This might just be a 20 bomber for them because Sham OP is smack in the center of Arjun's crosshairs. Wait, Rochak gets him, and Nightmare Esports are that much closer to that 20 bomb. But while all of this is happening, Jaunty Esports are sitting calm over there in the center. Aerobots have been eliminated, but plenty of eliminations to their name. They had absolutely no restraint, so maybe this will be enough to push them into the top 6. Whether or not that happens, that is a question that will be answered in a couple of moments. But for now, Reckoning Esports and Jaunty Gaming are about to lock horns. Jarvis rushing in through that chrono shield. Kunal gets the knock on to Ronit. Jarvis providing covering fire, knowing that his opponents will go around the other side of hangar, but he doesn't know that Reckoning will try to climb up on the roof. Nightmare Esports also taking some pot shots against anyone that they can see, but Kid26 uses that freeze bomb onto Ninja. Vota and Sohan climb up top, and that should keep them safe, but the nades are brilliant. Sohan goes down, and Arjun steals that frag away from him.
That one team who's called the underdog, they are fighting against a couple of tier 1 teams. Arjun providing the right kind of support. This man has done a lot of heavy hitting, and look at him, he has already sealed the deal of Ico Reckoning, now going head on against Jaunty Gaming. This will be tough, kid. He thought about pulling the unimaginable. That one mistake has costed a lot. The nade is going to help a lot now. The grenade launchers, it's just constantly barraging at the doorstep of Jaunty Gaming. They're crossing around, but it's not going to help as Arjun, he's still holding the high ground. Radhe Thakur, look at the presence of mind. This underdog team is bringing onto the board. And Jaunty Gaming, for now, they're just calling it quits. They're healing themselves. They just want that breather that so far they haven't received.
Yeah, that's a much needed period. They know they've got the numbers advantage. It's a 2v3 battle, so it's better to just heal up, get fully reset, and prepare themselves for the fight. They are looking to recover, and they're looking to push Nightmare Esports out of this server. Like wolves at each other's throats, they're gonna bare their fangs, they're gonna sharpen their claws, and get slicing each other the moment the circle forces them to abandon this hangar again. Take a look at Radhe Thakur's position though. He's on the high ground. He's got eyes on Vincent. He missed his opportunity, and that could be a crucial mistake. Down to 22. He's gonna have to heal and drop from the high ground, and that's a massive mistake. Jarvis, Vincent, and Kunal have already positioned themselves in cover. Nightmare Esports in the open will be forced to go the long way around, and while doing so, they risk getting gunned down in cold blood.
Radhe Thakur, that was the one golden opportunity. The height advantage was there in his pockets, and now the man count advantage. Jaunty Gaming would love to go ahead and seize the moment. Vincent, he's providing the sniper support. The others just waiting for Rochak and Radhe Thakur to move forward in their crosshairs as they're taking those pot shots, but it's just in blank air. They're just letting the explosive shotgun shells do the heavy lifting. There comes the melters, just avoiding every kind of the switcheroo that can be imminent out there. There comes the push. Rade Thakur trying his level best, but the shots are not counting in. Rochak being the last man standing as Jaunty Gaming. They're 3-man strong, surrounding Rochak, and they take him down as well. Nightmare Esports eliminated, and there comes Jaunty Gaming. Make some noise for them as they receive this final booyah.
Ginothra proving once again why he cannot be doubted. They were down in the dumps. They were down at the 9th spot. But then with 2 massive booyahs, Jaunty Gaming don't just climb into the top 6. They are gonna skyrocket their way to the top. With this win, they might just have done enough to punch their tickets to Lucknow and make it to the LAN.
More than
but
enough.
There were several amazing performances from all the teams. And I must say, this Bermuda game is all that I was hoping for. It's all that I imagined it would be and better.
True. Just loved it till the very end, Crips. I was just enjoying the position advantage that Nightmare had, but overall it did not favor them as the circle kept on moving forward further and further. So overall, let's just go ahead and see the final moments. Yet again, it was a treat to the eye, and look at the way Nightmare, the underdogs, have performed. My oh my. It was absolutely amazing. Loved it.
Absolutely love that, man. It's not just Nightmare and Jaunty Gaming. All the other teams like Aerobots, Silver Eagles, they just came alive in the dying embers of the tournament. And that's exactly the kind of game I was looking forward to witnessing. I am honored to have casted this game. I am honored that we are graced by Jaunty Gaming's presence. Because if a team can make a comeback, it's gonna be Jaunty Gaming. If there's one team who can pull off the impossible, it's them. Mothra, the experience, he's calling well above his years. Jarvis and Vincent proving that they are some of the sharpest shooters in the lobby. And Kunal is just as versatile as he has ever been. Brilliance personified by Jaunty Gaming. But they were not the only ones who were shining bright like a diamond in this lobby. While they'd have dropped a massive 30 bomb, Jaunty and Aerobots also acquire a 20 bomb each. Wait. Correction. Nightmare actually have acquired that 30 bomb with 20.
Yeah. 20 total points.
Oh my god.
From Jaunty Gaming. That's right. Aerobots, 20 points, but I don't think so. It's enough for them to go ahead and punch that ticket. Let's see if my math is right or wrong, but it was a valiant effort. Aerobots. My oh my. They were just running around, getting those eliminations, and in that, Nightmare have just showcased something different. They have evolved.
Yeah.
The gameplay being so refined. I just cannot be more proud of an underdog team to get 21 total eliminations, breaking the curse of just 22, 23 points, and reaching towards the 30 bomber.
Now, this 30 bomber is a big one. You know why? Because Vasista Esports, while they were at the #1 spot before the end of this game, they only had 80 points to their name, and they got 3 over here. And up until now, we were talking about Nightmare Esports being at the 6th spot. We were talking about whether or not they can qualify for the tournament, whether they can qualify for the finals. But they have crossed the 80-pointer mark.
The MVP, Kunal. Yes, we did see some shots coming in from his end. 3 total eliminations. Damage of over 2.1k. Assists being 2. And the kind of rotations that were being called in alongside suppressing the opponent's active abilities has been absolutely on point. Till the end, near the hangar, they kept taking those fights, kept taking those spot shots, and that's how they emerged victorious against a mammoth of a team, Nightmare. Kunal, kudos, and the entire team for sure has given in a lot of support. I could see Vincent as well sending all of his shots, being the sniper, giving the cover fire, and that's where things just shaped up to be perfect for Jaunty Gaming. They needed those 12 points, they received it alongside those eliminations. It's just absolutely amazing performance. Now, they've already made the way towards the LAN finals, is what I think. Still, the overall standing is yet to come, and the moment it's going to be in front of our screen, it'll be a shocker for most of the teams, as they would have been out all thanks to the Bermuda performance, or they would be in all thanks to the Bermuda performance.
Exactly, man. And at this point, teams like IQ Reckoning and OnePlus God's Reign will start questioning their sanity, will start questioning whether or not they can make it to the finale. Because, like, sure, they were safe up until now, but they didn't have too many impressive stats to, pad up their numbers in Bermuda. And with both Nightmare and Jaunty Gaming outperforming everybody, these teams might just be left behind in the dust. Let's take a look at the stats of these players individually. Let's see how much damage they dealt. We know that Kunal is the MVP with more than 2,000 damage, but Vincent and Jarvis also contributed equally. 1336 damage from Vincent, 1417 damage from Jarvis. That was a pretty good way to handle the heat. While Jaunty Gaming weren't going out of their way to pick up battles willy-nilly like Nightmare Esports were doing, they prioritized their positions really well. And in that final battle in Hangar, they knew how to play around the zone in a way where Nightmare Esports will be under both positional pressure and utility pressure.
Oh boy. Let's just go ahead and see what kind of damage count are we going to witness this time. Oh, finally. Oh my god, 32,000 was so questionable. Now comes the 51,000 bomber. This is what I love.
Exactly.
The action was through the roof. Eliminations also has been doubled up. Total amount of knocks is 104. Glue walls destroyed, doesn't matter. But the longest elimination distance has been 120 on record. Bermuda final map has been a deciding factor for most of the teams, Crips. And this is where I would say they performed very well, but the deciding factor is that whether they have made their way to the LAN or not. That's still the suspense.
Yup, that suspense is gonna keep me grounded. It's gonna keep me biting my nails. I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but I've literally run out of my nails over here. I can't bite them anymore. And if I'm this nervous, I can't even imagine how nervous some of these players would be, because their fate of their entire careers hangs in the balance. This is the most prestigious tournament that they will have probably played in so far. And while there might be many more tournaments in the future, there's just something special about being in the LAN finale of the first one.
Oh, it's those jitters, right, Crips? And imagine you just made your way to LAN. There's going to be even more coordination. There's going to be team chemistry that we all witness, as they all will sit right next to each other, taunting, you made this mistake, please rectify. The next one will be even more important. Plus the champions rush. Oh my god, there's a lot of aspect to this BR mode. And yes, there's a lot of anxiety as well. But the overall standing is where things are going to be decided, Crips. And we just cannot wait for that.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The moment that you've been waiting for is here. Meet your finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Nightmare Esports shoot all the way to the top, overtaking everybody. And they claim the #1 spot with 86 points. Followed closely behind by Vashishta Esports, who are tied with IQ Reckoning at 83 each. Jaunty Gaming, lovely booyah in the end. The only team with 2 booyahs, and they are at the 4th spot with 82. Godlike Esports and OnePlus God's Reign super nervous in that last game because they were eliminated quite early in Bermuda. And only because Godlike got that booyah in Alpine, they had enough points to keep them in the running at the 5th spot. Same with OnePlus God's Reign. They might not have enough booyahs, but with 43 eliminations and 75 points, they are well out of danger.
Things were blown out of proportion. Nightmare, you can look at Vashishta Esports as well. 83, IQ Reckoning, they're sharing the position. And Jaunty Gaming on the other end, couple of booyahs with 82 total points. Godlike 78. And then comes OnePlus God's Reign with 75. That's the kind of difference that we can see. It's not day and night. It's very close. And the others like Genesis Esports, Aerobots, Team Insane, Team Hind, Silver Eagle, Autobots. It was a very good try coming in from every team who have just spoken about. It was a valiant effort, but unfortunately, they could not match up to the parameters of the way OnePlus God's Reign performed alongside Nightmare Esports. That's where the difference was created, and it was just close neck-to-neck games, and that's where Bermuda was so important. It doesn't matter whether the last man is standing or not. It's about how many eliminations he can bring on the table. Aerobots, like I mentioned, They had a really good game, but they needed a booyah in order to bag at least a 6th position.
Yep. And because they got that booyah, they are able to get inside the top 6. I do feel really bad for Genesis Esports though. They were at the 3rd spot at the start of the day, and then they just fell from grace, finishing at 55 points. And I can't even say it was close. There's a 20-point difference between them and OnePlus God's Reign, so that is just tragic. Aerobots, on the other hand, activated that elimination switch. Something happened to them because they were playing like a team possessed by a vengeful spirit who only wants to consume blood. And in that bloodlust, they got to 53 points. I can't even imagine what would have happened if they started this just one game earlier. They probably would have been at the LAN right now.
Yeah, they missed the boat, unfortunately. That one opportunity which could give them the LAN ticket is not going to be seen, neither in the CS mode nor in BR. So that's one of the losses that they're going to face. But overall, kudos to the top 6. You have performed so well. Nightmare, my goodness, they have just made all the underdog teams proud. The kind of performance that they showcased, 21 eliminations. I just cannot forget those moments. Washishta, this team, whenever they're like, their backs are against the wall, I don't know what happens to them. They start performing. And I don't know why. Lucifer, even though he spoke about Washishta, that this is one of those teams who can just unexpectedly win and be in the top 6, he hasn't chosen them. Why?
Whew. What a roller coaster of emotions. All these teams have been playing their hearts out for the last few weeks. It was a difficult journey for teams like Aerobots and Genesis to even make it into the league stage. And now that they are just so close from the finals, you can't help but feel bad for them because their entire journey can be described in one word: almost. That being said though, Lucknow is gonna have some really good time in the few weeks to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to fly down there, try out all the different things that the city has to offer. And all of it will eventually lead to the culmination of the grandest esports tournament that you might have ever witnessed.
That's right. Let's just go ahead and focus upon the qualified teams. Nightmare Esports, Washishta, these are the names that we have already seen, but now let's just go ahead and glorify that position. These are the teams that are going ahead toe-to-toe in the LAN finals. The BR mode couldn't have been more blessed. Total Gaming, Car98 Army, Revenant X-Park, Team Tycoons, SATUL, NG Pros, Nightmare Esports, Washishta Esports, IQ Reckoning, Jaunty Gaming, Godlike Esports, and OnePlus God's Reign. These are the top 12 teams that we will witness towards the LAN.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these 12 teams will duke it out on the 27th of September in Ekana Indoor Stadium in Lucknow. Make sure that you book your tickets. They are available right now. 28th September, BR mode. There will also be the 27th September Clash Squad mode, which will happen online, of course. But make sure that you book your tickets on Book My Show. These tickets are already available. So go ahead and claim your seats because you will get to see these 12 Titans fight it out.
Oh, it's going to be a lot more interesting. SATUL specifically, the kind of form once Shanku has been involved in the entire team, the playing four is looking unstoppable. NG Pros, they finally have found the confidence that they needed. They have rekindled it. Jaunty Gaming, Godlike, OnePlus God's Reign, three of them were in the similar fate alongside IQ Reckoning. They were struggling, finally getting that one breakthrough will for sure spice things up towards the LAN. So I just cannot wait for that. Nightmare Esports, Team Tycoons, Car98 Army, these three underdog teams. Oh, I just can't wait what kind of performance they can showcase now.
The underdogs that I want to see are Team Tycoons because in the online qualifiers, these guys were slaying everyone mercilessly without even taken the time to read their opponents' names without even caring who they are. And while in the league stage they played recklessly and they got wrecked, they made it to the top 2 on one of those league stages and managed to book their tickets way before everybody else.
True that.
There's a similar story for Car 98 Army too, because we pegged them to be a team which will be very balanced, but nope. On one of those days, they decided to slay everybody in their path and book their tickets to the finals. Total Gaming, what I even say about them, they are no underdogs by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, they might just be favorites to win the whole tournament. But with all the underdogs rising up to the occasion and giving all these top contenders a run for their money, anything can happen in Lucknow. This is a city of infinite possibilities.
And that's where I was, putting all my cards in. Total Gaming, this team has qualified in both the sections, CS and BR. And here's the thing, right? The common factor being the first team to enter towards the finals. This is just absolutely insane. The kind of form that they have, and then later on Car 98 just matching up the similar kind of level was absolutely amazing. So overall, I'm just super excited.
Ladies and gentlemen, tickets are already available. Go ahead on Book My Show right now and book your tickets. I think there's going to be like 4 zones that you can, get tickets for. 28th September, mark the date. You better not make any other plans for that date, okay? By the way, you better clear your schedule, better clear your calendar. If you have school or something, tell them that you're going to call in sick. If you have work or something, again, tell them you're going to call in sick, or you can be a little more creative. I don't care about the excuse you make, but I want to see you here in the Ikana International Indoor Stadium on 28th of September.
Dog ate my homework. That's the best possible excuse that I have. And that's how you can go ahead and call your day off for the school and then later on just book your tickets, reach there. It's going to be super interesting on how these teams are going to duke it out. It's super fun. The LAN is going to be absolutely amazing. And I just can't wait for it, Crips. And all of these teams, they were still having those nervous 99s. I could feel that. John T. Gaming just going ahead and saying, make some more noise, make some more noise. It just showcased, their hands were like shivering while they were saying that. So I'm just super pumped, excited to see the kind of banter they will do live on the stage. And to be a bear witness of that, guys, make sure you get the tickets. Come on.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you do get the tickets. The kind of fights, the kind of matches we were seeing in the league stage and in the online stage were intense. But I am guaranteeing you this, as a person who has been to many LANs, this is gonna be so epic, because all these players flying down to one location, being able to look each other in the eye after they eliminate you, oh, that is gonna be super spicy, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and book your tickets. That's it from our side for today. And the next time you see us, it will be in the Ikana Indoor International Stadium. See you there, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025.